Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute, well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
"20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. by creating a premium high-performance product lineup, producing sustainable post-temperable coated architectural glass for both commercial and residential applications. Today we celebrate 2 decades with joy and pride, and our signature is everywhere. Elevating prestigious landmarks in the region and the UAE to the next level. Creating landmarks in our region and all over the world. Now, 60% of Dubai's buildings are glazed with our products. Let's continue the journey together. Emirates Glass. Our glass is your view.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute, well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. By creating a premium high-performance product lineup, producing sustainable post-temperable coated architectural glass for both commercial and residential applications. Today we celebrate 2 decades with joy and pride, and our signature is everywhere. Elevating prestigious landmarks in the region and the UAE to the next level. Creating landmarks in our region and all over the world. Now, 60% of Dubai's buildings are glazed with our products. Let's continue the journey together. Emirates Glass. Our glass is your view.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
"20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. By creating a premium high-performance product lineup, producing sustainable post-temperable coated architectural glass for both commercial and residential applications. Today we celebrate 2 decades with joy and pride, and our signature is everywhere. Elevating prestigious landmarks in the region and the UAE to the next level. Creating landmarks in our region and all over the world. Now, 60% of Dubai's buildings are glazed with our products. Let's continue the journey together. Emirates Glass, Our glass is your view.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute, well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. By creating a premium high-performance product lineup. Producing sustainable post-temperable coated architectural glass for both commercial and residential applications. Today we celebrate 2 decades with joy and pride, and our signature is everywhere. Elevating prestigious landmarks in the region and the UAE to the next level. Creating landmarks in our region and all over the world. Now, 60% of Dubai's buildings are glazed with our products. Let's continue the journey together. Emirates Glass. Our glass is your view.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
"20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. By creating a premium high-performance product lineup. Producing sustainable post-temperable coated architectural glass for both commercial and residential applications. Today we celebrate 2 decades with joy and pride, and our signature is everywhere. Elevating prestigious landmarks in the region and the UAE to the next level. Creating landmarks in our region and all over the world. Now, 60% of Dubai's buildings are glazed with our products. Let's continue the journey together. Emirates Glass, Our glass is your view.
Come, we've got a whole front row to be filled up.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with.
We start in 2 minutes.
We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solution.
Okay, so good morning everyone. Welcome to this 77th edition of the Zak World of Façades. It's a different time we are meeting each other. I think the last time we organized this event in March 2019 seems to be a different era completely. But here we are, and thank you all for attending today's event. So I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ahmed. I'm part of the managing committee of the Zak World of Façades conference. 2020 has been a very different year for all of us. I don't want to dwell a lot into us, but at least for event organizers, it's been a very difficult year. Construction never stopped, but events did stop. So we hit rock bottom. We went to doing almost 24 events in 19 countries in a year to almost nothing. So it was a very tough and challenging time for us, but somehow we've pulled through, and I'd like to thank the UAE government for allowing such kind of gatherings to happen safely during this tough period. And I'd like to thank all of you for taking time out, our event partners for supporting us in organizing this event at this point of time. So thank you all. So I'd like to start with this and come back to the event. Same format in terms of presenters, in terms of speakers speaking. However, there are a little bit of changes. A few things, please keep your mask on. I'm not wearing a mask because I'm on stage, but when you're networking with people, we request you to please wear your mask at all times. The UAE government, especially the DTCM who governs this event and events in Dubai, are very, very strict and they would be visiting this event to check if everything is in place. So we have done a few things which are different from the previous edition. So we have split the exhibit area over 2 sections so that we can get the ample amount of space we required for social distancing. You can see the chairs are 2 meters apart from each other, and lunch will not be served here. Lunch will be served on the ballroom, which is on level 4, so you can step out and take the escalator on top. So it's a seated lunch over there, with ample spacing given, so it's not going to be the standing buffet, it's going to be a seated lunch on the level on top. Tea, coffee, networking, everything would be here as usual, but lunch would be on level 4 on top. Okay, so now coming back to the event, so we had almost 500 people subscribing for the event. I'm hoping all of them, or majority of them, turn up as the day progresses, and we have had almost 800 people signing up online. There are still a lot of challenges for people even from, let's say, a neighboring city like Abu Dhabi to come to Dubai, especially on their return. There are a lot of challenges. So unfortunately, people from those places are not here with us, but we've got most of the Dubai crowd here with us, and we are hoping many more will join us as the day progresses. Okay, and coming to the event, so I'd like to thank our event partners, our main event partner, Schuko. Schuko is a German manufacturer of aluminum curtain wall door window systems, world leaders in their domain. AGC Obecon is a joint venture company between AGC Group and Obecon of Saudi Arabia, which is where they have their coating facility. So they are a coated glass manufacturer. So Alupex is a homebred UAE non-combustible aluminum composite cladding company. Axalta is a coating company. They have powder coatings and other solutions for coatings. Codina is a Spanish expanded mesh company. Sorry, not expanded mesh. Is a metal mesh company who are participating with us for the first time. Dow, again, needs no introduction. Is an American multinational into various things. So for the facade industry, they have silicone sealants. FSS is a Portuguese manufacturer of breather membranes and vapor barriers. They are also exhibiting for us for the first time in the Middle East. Evalam is a company which manufactures laminated glass interlayers. Future Architectural Glass is again a homebred value-added glass processor based out of the UAE. HB Fuller and Comeling are sealant solution providers from the US and Germany. It's a joint venture between the companies. Jotun is a coating manufacturer. They are very well known here in this market for their innovative architectural powder coating solutions. Kinlong is a leader in the construction hardware segment from China. And North Insulation is a insulation manufacturer of glass wool-based insulation. Laminam is a sintered stone manufacturer and from Italy, and they are along with their local partners, Casamia. Ozone is a glass hardware railing and fitting company from India. Polybit is a solution by Henkel, which is a waterproofing solution. Saint-Gobain are represented here with their premium product, which is Serge Glass, which is a glass which tints dynamically. Serge Ferrari is a French manufacturer of textiles which are used in architecture, including facade and a lot of other applications. Sherwin-Williams is a coating manufacturer, a coil coating manufacturer from the United States. Siderice is a popular cavity barrier solution provider here with their local partners, General International. Technoform is a German innovative manufacturer of polyamide strips and warm edge spaces. Vitro Architectural Glass is one of the leaders in high performance coated glass from the United States, formerly known as PPG. So these are our event sponsors. I'd like to go back to the world map. So this was our plan actually in 2020. So we do this event in 24 countries. We had this event planned in 24 countries. Unfortunately, nothing could kick off. but we are slowly restarting like how we have restarted here in Dubai. I don't have dates here, unfortunately. That's because it's very dynamic, the situation in every country, but we eventually hope to complete this plan which we had in 2020, eventually across 2021 and 2022, as and when the permissions are there in place to organize such kind of events in those respective countries. Please visit our sponsors. I think all of us are hungry for face-to-face networking. There's been a lot of webinars, a lot of Zoom meetings, a lot of things which have happened over the last 1 year, but I think now they are waiting to meet you people, so please meet our sponsor booths in the networking breaks. Would appreciate that, and we've done our best to ensure that we create a safe environment for you. So if there's any feedback, please do let us know. The other thing which I wanted to mention is, so we don't have we will not be passing the mic around like previous years for question and answer sessions. So if you notice, there is this QR code behind me, and there's a link. On our delegate badges, you have that also printed behind your badge. And on the agenda flyer, you have that printed inside. So if there are any questions for the speakers, just scan this QR code or visit the link and ask the questions, and we'll try to get them answered from the speaker. So there are some polls and there are some feedbacks also which would be posted on this link. So you can scan the QR code or visit the link to ask those questions or to take part in the polls or the feedbacks. Without taking further time, I would like to introduce Mr. Ammar Alul, the Managing Director of Shuko Middle East, our main event partner, to please address the audience, and then we will get into the event. So I would like to call upon Mr. Ammar Alul on stage, please.
Hello? Yeah. Oh. Morning, everyone. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Zak. Of course, I'm sure, actually, my colleagues, when they saw Ammar and 5 minutes, I'm sure that was a big joke in the company, because they know it almost never happens that I speak for 5 minutes. But challenge accepted, so I think I know that's going to cost me lunch to my dear colleagues. The title is huge, and I will not be going into details regarding the effect of urbanization on the future of the construction industry. Of course, when you talk about that, you can't help but think of buzzwords like Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, all the digitalization tools, the focus on quality, the focus on efficiency, which is all music to our ears as Shuko. Because exactly these areas, exactly pushing the edge of the envelope, is what Shuko is good at. And, but in a statement, I think it can be summarized that urbanization will push the construction industry to perform better, faster, cleaner, more efficiently than ever before. Because it's obvious that with urbanization, you have challenges that you do not have otherwise. Whether it is the location, building a structure in Midtown Manhattan is completely different than building it in a rural area. Same goes for all the major cities, including Dubai. So these challenges that urbanization presents separates, as the old saying goes, separates the men from the boys. And great companies in general embrace these challenges. And this goes for multiple companies. Many of them are present here, of course. All are present here, or all who are here are great companies, I would say. So in brief, the challenges that we will be facing in the future is in certain respects an extrapolation of where we came from, where we are today, and the focus, like everything else, especially in the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and medicine, especially in these fields, the focus will inevitably be on interdisciplinary cooperation, interdisciplinary approaches. It has been obvious, and it will be more so, that we need to work together. We need to have synergies, and we need to have cooperation across disciplines, across industries, if we are to face the challenges that are right here today and the challenges that will come. especially with urbanization, pollution, etc. The idealist in me would like to think that that also means cleaner in terms of ethics and professionalism. I hope so. We all hope so, I think. But that remains to be seen. But speaking basically of synergy, and this is where I will close and win a bet with my colleagues. Speaking of synergy and cooperation, I'm very proud today to announce another relationship that Schuko has embarked on. As you know, Schuko globally is into mergers and acquisitions and partnerships, synergies, cooperation. We develop, but we also cooperate very much. And I'm proud to announce that we are embarking on such an agreement, on such a cooperation. We have just initialed the agreement with Liebart for strategic cooperation in the Middle East. Liebart is headquartered in Turkey, is a global leader in motorized, large-span, self-supporting structures such as skylights, winter gardens, and countless other customizable solutions. Liebart's retractable window and door systems give living and working spaces the best of both worlds, indoor comfort with outdoor freedom. The synergy between our respective companies, Schuko and Liebart, is very, very strong. Our values are the same. Our commitment to quality, value for money, customer-focused, I would say, is unrivaled. I'm proud to say is unrivaled. I look forward to many decades of successful cooperation between Schuko and Liebart for the benefit of all stakeholders, especially architects and clients. So at this point, I'm very proud and happy to announce or to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Jem Komu, who is the founder and managing director, CEO of Liebart globally. Thank you, Jem. Proud to be associated with you. I'm also very happy to acknowledge the presence of my friend, one of the godfathers of the facade industry in the region, one who has contributed tremendously to the success of Schuko in the Middle East across decades. He is also the godfather, the guardian angel of this agreement, the architect of this cooperation, Mr. Maher Shamlawi. I think many of you, the second I started with the first few words, many of you would have said, he must be talking about Abu Khalid, must be talking about Maher. And indeed I am. Thank you, Maher, for all your contributions to this. Thank you, Jem, for your trust in Schuko. And I look forward, as I said, to many, many years and decades of successful cooperation. That's it on my part. Am I within 5 minutes, Thomas, or cross that? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you, Zak. Thank you, Ahmed. And I'll be seeing you around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ammar. You'll be hearing more about this collaboration between Schuko and Liebart during the presentation. Alastair Common will introduce Liebart, and they will make a presentation on what their solutions are. Okay, so now we will get into the event. I'd like to call upon our event host and convener for today. Scott Coombs is a very dynamic personality. He's the managing partner of AESG, a homegrown UAE consultancy firm, which specializes in MEP, facades, environmental sustainability. They've grown a lot in the last few years, and in 2020, they've expanded globally to other countries also. So Scott will be our event host and convener, and Scott will take over from me now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, and thank you, Ammar, as well. That was a good introduction. Wow, we've got a full house, which is great to see. Real people, which is a huge change over the past 12 months. I think this is the first time I've certainly been at anything like this in quite some time. So really good to see you all, and hats off as well to Zak World of Façades for actually pulling this together. I think a fantastic job that's been done there. Perhaps just to say a big round of applause, make sure everybody's awake for Zak. Well done. Thank you for a great effort today. So I'm going to keep things fairly brief from my side, just so we can actually get into some of the conversations and the talks. I think the main thing really that I just wanted to say is that of all the events I've probably attended over the past 10 or so years, I can honestly say that the talks that I often take away from Zak World of Façades are some of the best, some of the most memorable presentations that I've seen in recent years. So it's really, really great to see this series kind of starting, getting back on its feet again so quickly after the pandemic. I think we're also all very lucky to be in a city like Dubai, which is in a country which currently is I think the second highest in the world. Around about 60% of the country has had vaccinations, so second in the world in terms of vaccinations, which is a great leap and a great milestone. Also getting us all back on our feet, getting us socializing and talking to people face to face again, which is a great achievement. I think, as was touched on as well by Ammar, part of the focus today is on sustainability and sort of innovation through smart future trends in facades. And so I think we'll be talking about that as a common theme generally throughout the day. So without any further delay on that, I'd like to introduce up to the stage. I won't be doing long introductions on everybody. You'll see on the bottom left-hand corner, everybody's biography will be there. They'll also be in the agendas that you all have on your seats. But I'd like to welcome up to the stage Lars, the Group CEO from Priedemann Façades. Round of applause, please.
Is this on? Oh, it's on. And this works as well. Good morning. Yeah, it's really amazing to be back in front of an audience. I haven't traveled for a long time. Maha made actually my day. He's my Malmi from so many years back and helped us on our foods here. So I'm done anyhow, just for this reason. Warm welcome. I will take you a little bit into facade engineering in the post-COVID area. Priedemann is a consultancy and engineering and R&D firm, more or less now global organized. When Maha contracted me our first big job in the Middle East, I was employee number 6 and we were 11 people. So I owe the Middle East a lot of our growth, intellectual and from dealing with different cultures as well. It's a very inspiring area and you can learn at least negotiating here and waiting for cash from time to time, as you know. So we engineer projects in Germany, obviously, where our roots are. Some of these people or these projects we did in the Middle East. Tijara Tower we just discussed outside. There are more projects in India and in other areas, obviously, as you all know. But I will take you a little bit into some subjects which are subjective. It is more or less my opinion. It is not the truth, so you don't have to agree. About some lectures we learned and adjustment into global trends, and then the following upcoming opportunities we see. So our lessons really learned, I'm not sure about this right now, but impact on purchase strategies and sustainability I would like to discuss with you. When the pandemic started, actually, all of us have seen that travel got limited, and the same happened with goods not arriving in countries anymore. And I just can say from Germany that in some areas related to food, medicine, and all this, there was a question mark behind importing everything for lower prices. So because you get dependent on things you can't control, and we still believe that knowledge transfer and local availability on products is very important. And with the energy prices in UAE and all this experience you guys have, it's obvious smart to do things here. So local production stays always important. This is our opinion. This is why we are here and others are here. Even if they are not up to the newest standards, in some areas, it is still very helpful to maintain them and take care of them. But if you look on growth strategies, we could understand in the pandemic as well that when things got locked down and you could not move ahead, any business who was digital organized could grow into unknown heights very fast. I mean, you know Amazon and all these people, but these kind of digital services are part of our work as well. And this is one of the aspects I want to discuss with you today shortly, how other businesses deal with production and knowledge transfer to get things going. So from us was expected that we are more flexible. Our team mainly worked at home. We, as Priedemann, suffered a lot under close down in India, for example. This relates obviously to social distancing, but digital work was actually our bridge to stay alive. We could shuffle work from India to Russia, from Russia to Germany, and all the other locations wherever pandemic was down or up, you can stay organized. And this is quite important for all of you, I think, that you make use of these things in future. But other industries go definitely a step further. If you look on the car industry, and we are not producing cars, I'm not mixing things, but there is a separate process how they design products and how they resource things and how and where the assembly is happening. And this is something, as you might know about us, we do the consultancy and the engineering part, but there's lots to learn about this, where I see, at least from my perspective, a future trend in separating these disciplines. So I would like to take a look on that. What does that mean? The question is, can such approach of being a product design really departed from the final assembly or production? Can that work in our industry as well? Might this be a trend or not? We think that separating this task provides a lot of opportunities, and one of the major reasons why it is not happening, at least so far in our industry, is that we deal a lot with specifications, not really describing a product. It is more performance we give into the market, and we leave it to the final contracted fabricator to bring this performance into life by designing mainly how interfaces between products play with each other. So for me, it is critical that we work since ages like this to make sure nobody will read all these documents. I would be much more happy if design efforts are taking earlier place and that really things get nailed to the point what is required. This is something we have seen in recent times, and it is a bit part of our business in the facade industry as well. There are so many talks and design stages and all this, but nobody really want to take responsibility. And in the end of the day, it is left to the fabricator to bring all the aspects to life, and specifically the interfaces. And that is critical to control our work. So a performance specification based on these details, design intent only, is this solving problems, or is it just shifting responsibility from A to B? And this is what we at least believe. Take an example as Schuko and all the others who are doing fabulous work. The majority of problems, what we see as consultants in quality management on site or on testing rigs, is actually the interface and how things come together. One product might end, the next product might start. Where it comes together, it is where consultants earn a lot of money and where a lot of trouble honestly starts. And I believe that this is a place, you are all from the industry, just try to explain me why on every site I'm looking on a different bracket to install a curtain wall on a concrete. Nobody would do that in any other industry, and we are even inventing up today multiple brackets to install and hang a curtain wall. It is just very difficult to understand, and we should think in future more about standardized variations. These wheels are not manufactured, for example, by Audi, because it is not needed. These 5 balls are in position, so somebody producing a design like this knows if I put those 5 balls in this position and I flush the back area of the wheel, it can be installed on any car in the world. Whereas we even designed these interfaces in variations. And standardized variations allow actually to bring all kind of designs into interfaces and joint collaboration of a lot of different trades. And that is missing still today in our industry. That makes the shopping experience of our clients really lousy. It is, everybody want to trade, everybody want to negotiate, but we have to understand that up till today, we are negotiating, trading things where the final product is as per performance designed, but the product itself or the product interface is not clarified. That is left with fabricators jointly doing it, or general contractors deciding over prices whom should do that, and then in the end of the day, the shopping experience of our clients is no fun at all. You know how painful it is to execute a project, and I deeply believe that the majority of problems we have in this trade is not the product itself. A Schüco window is obvious a perfect window, and then AGC glazing is a perfect insulated glass unit. But when it comes together, it just doesn't work. And that is something I think change might happen, or at least we in Priedemann get prepared for this. So I'm of the belief it's our industry ignoring up till today that the issue is not within the products, it is obvious within sizes and geometries. You might pass Al-Wasl Tower and know a little bit of this project, and all the interfaces. If you ever joined testings and all this on these rigs, systems don't fail within the system. They fail in connecting points and changes of traits. So we believe, or at least from our end, we transfer a lot of our focus in our work from super customization, what was feeding my team over so many years, into modular execution. So it takes the knowledge of parametric designs and all this back to the majority of projects where we believe that interfaces should be parametric designed instead of only sizes, that how things connect, how warper barriers get installed, how fire interfaces in front of slabs should change dimensions as per measurement, that this is getting automized. And if you clarify these interfaces, we probably can avoid a lot of testing in future. I see, for example, a good chance for semi-unitized system, which was base of our work 15 or 20 years back, before we bonded all and everything together, where you cannot change any glazing in future. The semi-unitized system, where you actually have an interface between the structural load-carrying system and the infill panel, is an amazing tool to deal with different life cycles of products. I mean, the structural system of an aluminum system will probably work for the next 50 years, whereas a replacement of the embedded glazing might be required in 10 to 12 years' time. And who want to cut all these glass in Dubai out of these silicons to do it efficiently? Maybe robotic-driven things climbing and changing. These are systems we are working on today that, for example, when we finally get transparent photovoltaic coatings into glazings and all these modules can feed themselves with electricity to run the shading behind it or whatsoever, that this is getting easily replaced and upgraded as per life cycle of the embedded products. So one solution might be to think about a separation of the design contract and the product purchase strategy. So that is a playground for lawyers. All these people will tell you, oh, client, don't take liability. Whereas if you want to do things efficient and without headache, I believe this is the key, at least from our perspective, if you talk to the right people. You allow the design responsibility to stay continuous within the design team, hopefully under charge of the client itself. And then finally, when you really know what to order, you go and order. And the fun for the client actually is shopping things, knowing exactly what you want to have and how he's combining it in the future, instead of shopping something where it is not clear how it is getting done, where it is only clear that it should have a shading coefficient of X and a water tightness of Y, Z, and so on. This is something where we believe the industry can look on, or at least we found clients believing in this and following this path, and that is a change we expect. Modular execution based on qualified interfaces can produce very efficient big projects without the time delays on super customizing. So quality is everyone's responsibility. We all know that, but somebody should lead or you get lost. We at least suggest to think about the strategy in future. You might have your own opinion. This is actually the reason why Priedemann is servicing the whole supply chain as a strategy from our end. There is always a discussion on conflict of interest if you work with the owners and architects and at the same time with main contractor, fabricators and the industry jointly, but I don't honestly see a conflict. Our client is the end user, he's interested in a workable product, and I don't think that things get better if you do not take liability on doing what you do. So what are the adjustments into new global trends? Where do we now focus on currently? We are running a bigger lab in Germany, which is our engineering home and all that, where we collaborate, for example, with Schüco and other industry giants on developing new products. The environmental change is something you all are aware of. So we needed an adaptive response. This is mainly that smart facades are required. In the past, I would say the majority of them has been too expensive or too sensitive for dust and all the things we see here. But there are other solutions you can look at. I think I spoke about that project already 2 or 3 years back. We have taken it further, but I would like to introduce to you, specifically in the Middle East, again, the exhaust air facade. It is when the external skin is insulated, what we have in Dubai everywhere. In the older days, in the 80s, Gartner actually introduced a single layer inside, which is having room temperature based on being to the room, and then related when you ever had the hot surfaces of insulated glass inside. With that additive single glazing, bringing the air through it, you can optimize actually comfort. And that means that within these facades, because the inner glazing is having room temperature, you cool a room on 20 degrees if you want to feel 20 degrees. Instead of what we have in the Middle East, you blow in 16 degrees cold air to work against the hot surface of the inner glazing, which might have 45 degrees. And this unbalanced, uncomfortable situation requires lower blown air to give you an average temperature. With that solution, you cool on 20 degrees and you have 20 degrees, you feel it's awesome. But you have an additional glazing you need to clean. So our idea was to use an active blind as a double skin facade. When it comes down, you get shading, you get actually anti-glare solutions, and we use these textiles to build that cavity to give us a better room comfort and save energy in the end. And that is applicable, as I would like to show you, for existing facades as well. It's a rendering of this solution. Our development partners for this are Transolar and Varema and Schüco. Great names helped us. The video is not running proper, what I can see. So that might be a Chinese, no, that's not correct. Now it flows. Anyhow, let's skip that. The air is going through that cavity and gives you the opportunity of a better comfort without spending a lot of money and without losing rentable floor. If you look on the depth of double skin facades or closed cavity facades or box-typed window, the ACT facade is actually a single or a double glazed single facade, where the cavity is just established when the blind comes down, when the sun comes around, you get that effect. And this was limited so far for blind solutions, so talking to architects and all that, we found that we need to find variations for the cavity establishing material. We wanted to learn more about, can we harvest energy from this through the airflow by sucking it out. We studied a lot of options to make the solution workable for the market, where the air goes down, the air goes up. The air even goes through the screen or through gradient screens, which have different perforations in height that you can look down, and above it is more closed. We studied different textiles and different guidance systems, and now Venetian blinds and even inner curtains. You know that effect in these hotels in Dubai. When the curtain is closed, you don't feel the heat of that warm glazing, and when you open it, it is like boom, that all the hot air is coming from there. This is where we actually take it away and generate energy from. It is providing a changeable U value and you can simulate that. You can use it as a collector and use different materials I'm going to show you. So the Venetian blind as a double skin closed or as a double skin facade is under testing right now, and we use this system, for example, for renovation, and this is why I'm talking about this today in Dubai. You see, it is very important if we want to have a sustainable effect that we stop talking about the few new buildings we're doing. We have enough leaking facades in Dubai. We can upgrade, and we need to upgrade to find a sustainable approach for the Middle East region. And this is a workable solution. The European Bank swapped from the left building into the right building, but wanted to use it further. So we established actually the exhaust air facade in the old tower with the blind embedded, to give it back to the client without changing the glazing, but still upgrading comfort and all that. With that idea, we went to New York and to a design challenge. That was my last trip last year, actually, where we introduced that. And we got a very positive feedback on it, because lots of owners are thinking, in general spoken, globally, much earlier about different users inside their buildings. They upgrade, for example, the HVAC systems, the air conditioning systems, they change walls and all that, but the majority of them doesn't want to change the curtain wall. They don't want to lose all their clients by wrapping everything down and bringing all these people out of their business. This solution, when you change the air systems and walling and the interiors, can be established inside an existing facade, and that is very interesting in the sense of circular economy. If you don't tear everything down and you don't throw everything away, if you think about an upgradable solution to have a certain effect during that time, it is very economic, and probably more people will at least do something to upgrade what they have in hand. And we studied just Manhattan on projects of that time, and there's work for us for the next 10 to 15 years probably to upgrade all these buildings without tearing it down and without those clients losing all their people being rented into those projects. So lessons learned. We need to adapt, require change, and I would like to pinpoint that us in the Middle East, where we all desperate wait for the kickoff of new projects, from my personal end, it makes a lot of sense to look into the existing structure and work jointly on solutions where we can upgrade what we have under fire safety aspects, under airtighting aspects, but under quality to live in as well. We in Priedemann learned from the digital process we went through that we need to focus on this much more in future. There is a division called Digital Twin now, where we tried to get the best people we could find in the world together working on that. We work on a parametric software with these people, which might enhance the workflow from architecture into manufacturing processes. I think it is too complex. There are too many interfaces. We still lose too much information. But with these people and that experience they have all around the world, I'm on best hope that in the collaboration with some industrial giants I cannot announce here yet, that we might be in position to come up with something amazing. With these kind of approaches, for example, we are driving already from Germany plasma machines in Russia, or we run welding robots without even being in that country. Digital support and knowledge transfer allows you actually to go ahead. So what comes out of these multiple joint collaborations for our future? Priedemann is part of a development where these kind of solar thermal blind systems generate energy. This is expensive, so hope on having this, for example, in the Middle East is not really there, but it is a quite interesting product, obvious, because these blinds go down when the sun is there. Jens is taking us into cyber physical systems. This is when facades with components learn from information provided, how to react, for example, how the combination of blind, switching of lighting, putting on air conditioning can learn in use from each other. That is something we work on. We try to find solution where we reduce electrical installations in buildings, because when you discuss sustainability and you put copper wires all around to drive your components in facades, it is very critical. We believe the infill panel should be in position to deal with their own energy alone. So Adaptex is using shape memory alloys. These are metals which have in their DNA what to do in which temperature. It's really freaky. When temperature goes from A to B, the alloy is changing actually what they're doing. This is, for example, the product Adaptive Wave we are working on, and there's no electricity required to close the eyelids. It's really freaky. When it is getting too warm, the facade is closing their eyes and is working against daylight coming in. Or, for example, a mesh, what might be fashionable for the Middle East, for example, is changing the light going through, as well as you can see based on these type of metal alloys, what provides opportunities. 65 seconds. The market demands efficient implementation of individual customer preference, standard solution, individual solution. We will talk in future in 85 to 90% of our projects about standardized variety. This is key, as Ammar said, for better quality, better speed and production, and reducing interface headaches in the future. This is what we look at. So the strategical digitization focuses on this trend. What drives digital transformation? We think it is strategy and not technology. You have your own opinion, obvious, where you want to go with your company and your products in future, but it is not the technology who can change the world. It is more the strategy in leadership and how you address it as the leader of your team into your team to introduce change. I will finish this short presentation with my personal hero. He said, you can't look at the competition and say you are going to do it better. You have to look at the competition and say you are going to do it differently. And this is why a variety of approaches on future challenges is absolutely fine. You might agree or disagree with what I told you. You will find your own way. It doesn't matter. As long as you stand for what you are doing and you are convinced, you will convince others. So enjoy the day. It is really a pleasure to be here. It is really a pleasure to talk in front of an audience. And I hope you might have good fun with great speakers I know you're going to listen to. Thank you so much.
I'm always late. Thank you very much, Lars. That was
could we dim the light just a bit? Yeah. Thanks, Scott. It's really great to be, well, it's really great not to be on Zoom. I think that's the short answer. You know? So my presentation today is, seems a bit odd because we are talking about the skin of buildings. And what I'd like to look at it a little bit differently, picking up also on what Lars was saying earlier, which is about integration. To look at the skin and the design of the skin of buildings, but from a much more holistic perspective. And the notion that beauty should be more than skin deep is something that I think many of us intuitively understand that. And really, a chance for us during this COVID crisis to look at our work a bit deeper, not the slapdash, rush it out approach, but rather a more deliberate, thoughtful, stop and think about what we are doing, and also why are we doing it. And for me personally, as challenging as the last couple of years have been, it's been a chance for me and my team of architects and engineers at NOR to really slow down and ask ourselves, what's the deeper purpose of what we are trying to achieve? And certainly, Façade is part of it, but it's just a part of it. And the thesis today is really about what you can see versus what you can't see. The visible versus the hidden. The complexity versus the simplicity that we all strive for in our work and in our lives. And this dialectic between the complex and the simple, the aesthetic versus the function, I would argue that it actually is a very interesting question that we all confront in our own lives, one way or the other. So it's not just about how it looks, it's about how it works. How does facade and design of buildings, how does it really work in the aggregate? And nature is a very hard act to follow, because when you look at our work, it looks quite mundane compared to examples of design in nature, which are spectacular, mysterious, and in many ways, we're just beginning to understand how some of those things work. Lars showed us an example of a variable facade, where the metal changes shape based on temperature change. And plants do that, right? Plants follow sunlight. And we're still trying to figure out what is the mechanism that allows a plant to change direction and follow the sun. And the fact is, with our greater appreciation for the uniqueness of the blue marble that we all sit on right now, we have as a design industry, we have a responsibility to look at our work and to ask ourselves, is this really the best we can do? And I'm not convinced. I think certainly in the post-industrial world, we are all guilty in one way or another for a rather consumption-based approach to our work and to how we place ourselves in society. And once in a while, we get a chance to ask, can we do better? And I'm in the building industry, right? I mean, I design buildings, some of them get built, and the question is, what kind of report card do I get? How well am I doing in that process? And this sense of responsibility which we talk about, the intersection of a number of concerns, is super, super critical. A couple of years ago, we had an interesting opportunity to take on a new project in the Dubai Marina. And I'm going to take you through that project. But really, when I present it, I hope you'll remember the earlier images I showed you, which were not about buildings. It's actually more about our approach or our aspiration. And I have to say, I'm not convinced that I'm succeeding at the level I'd like to, but I am walking the path. I'm willing to try it. And the process for anyone in our industry, we have to be brave enough to try new things, to embrace innovation, to be willing to fall down and stand up again. There is a Japanese saying that I like, that I've been thinking about, Nana Korobi Yaoki. Fall down 7 times, stand up 8. So that kind of grit, the ability to take a hit, to try something, and then to say it's not good enough, to try it again. I think that's what makes it all worthwhile. And we had an opportunity among many, but the one I'm showcasing today is a pretty interesting opportunity to take some risks, probably fall down on a few of them, stand up, keep going. And when we looked at this property for our client, the first group, what was exciting was that we have a client who believes in us and is willing to take some of those risks with us. And also, I'm extremely lucky to have a team, a super talented team of architects and engineers, interior designers, and consultants who work with us to allow us to explore these risks and to see what we can do. So in the very beginning of the project, what we said to our client and what we recognized was that there was a unique opportunity here, but also a very difficult project, because the property itself is a residual triangular space on the edge of the Dubai Marina. And the challenge here for us was actually, the mandate was not to design the tallest hotel in the world. The mandate was to design a hotel. And when we started to look at this property, a previous consultant had already developed a design for a residential tower, in this case, a 60-story residential tower. The piles were already in the ground. And then, of course, the Great Wall Street crash happened. So when we inherited this property, there were already piles in the ground for a building that was supposed to look something like that. And as we started to look at it, we asked ourselves, well, what can we do? What are the possibilities? And we spent probably a month going through a process of shape optimization, exploring geometry, and the notion of bringing landscape into the project, which is something that we are exploring on many of our projects, where we are looking for a vertical urbanism that brings into that verticality some of the aspects of nature that we all crave. And as I said, we didn't start by trying to be the tallest. In many ways, that was just the byproduct of a design process. And the design process we use combines everything. It combines digital, 3D printing, but it also has a huge amount of exploratory sketching and model making. And for us, that's really important. The translation of the idea, which is cerebral, And how do you start to take that idea and how do you test it? And you have to be brave enough to test it on paper. You have to accept the fact that your tests, many of them are abortive, but you just keep going. And as we test these ideas, we are also building models, both physical and computational. And we are working with architects and engineers simultaneously. Our process of design is not exclusive to one discipline. All the disciplines are involved simultaneously. And I really believe that's very important. It's really important to design in a collaborative environment which has many voices, because that's when the unusual solutions could reveal themselves. These are just some pictures of our lab in Dubai. Our office is in Festival City, Festival Tower, and we have a 3D lab within our office, and we are building models. We probably throw away 98% of everything we do. We're extremely inefficient as a company. And that inefficiency in our design process, which is extremely iterative. So we're constantly testing ideas, both sketch and model form. We're asking ourselves, does it work? Is it awkward? We're looking at costs, by the way. Yes, the building is iconic, but actually it's on budget, and the budget was pretty tight. So that there's a tremendous process of a lot of smart people with lots of different perspectives all coming around the table. And I think Lars touched on that on his very focused presentation on facades. In the end, it's about the HVAC system and how the cooling works, right? And it's about how much lease space you're going to lose when you go to a double skin versus the solution you showed. So you're thinking, as I think many of us are, you're thinking multidisciplinary. And we do that. We're exploring ideas and testing them, communicating them to our client. We're also testing them for cost and efficiency. We're testing them for engineering. And this process, in some ways, is a bit like nature. I mean, I imagine that when a forest grows and new trees appear, they find a way. It's a process of trying stuff, studying it, being brave enough to throw away 98% of what you do. So you can fall in love with your work, but you shouldn't. You should be able to walk away from it. You know? And these are some photos of the site. These were taken about 6 months ago, and this was last week actually. So you can see that the podium is up to level 8 now. That's 8 out of 82. It's an 82-story tower. But what's really interesting about this building is not just the fact that it's an iconic tower, it's its location. So we've lifted the podium up, and this will all be glass. This is going to be a glass facade with the public realm. You can actually walk up the marina and go right into the hotel. So we lifted the hotel up to allow that to happen. Now I have to talk about facade a bit because it would be embarrassing if I didn't. So we did use parametric modeling. One of the challenges for us really was that the building shape, no two floors are the same. So we have 82 unique flow plates in this tower because of the shaping of the tower. And that actually was a unique challenge for us. And we used Grasshopper and Dynamo and other software that links to Revit to optimize the panelization. And in fact, we work with Scott's group at AESG, and that was really, really great. And we found a way to clad this tower in a highly reflective, silver reflective, high-performance glass, which is cold bent, so that the glass is actually made as rectangular panels, actually slightly trapezoidal panels, but they're flat, and then they're cold bent at application. So 3 points are fine, and then the 4th point, the contractor pushes it or pulls it to achieve the warped surface. And you can see the floor plate types. I mean, that was interesting. We couldn't have done that if we didn't use three-dimensional software. Our 3D software, which you're all using, Revit, we produced all our drawings from that through modeling. And what's exciting in a city known for its stars, I think we're going to have a chance to add something. Yes, it's tall, but I think what will really make it unique is the gardens. There are 12 landscape gardens which are naturally ventilated. This building actually breathes, and I'll show you the glass louvers. They're computer-controlled glass louvers which allow natural air into the building, into the gardens. We've designed the interiors, the architecture, the structural, mechanical, electrical engineering is all done by our group in Dubai. And we are striving for that simplicity. Our goal is to find something that's elegant, simple, something that over time will still look interesting and exciting. I call it the eye of the needle. At the very top of the tower, we have a steel structure that takes people, we're imagining school children will go up to the observation deck. That's an observation deck at level 82, which will be open to the public. And it will allow for education, it will allow students and others to actually go up the tower. I have 8 minutes left, so I'm going to think about how best to use that. Yeah? So I'm going to go relatively quickly. In terms of construction, we've been looking very carefully at how it's built. And so it's a jump form concrete core that's moving actually pretty much ahead of schedule right now, with 3 outrigger floors. And these outrigger floors are also concrete, which are also the MEP floors for the project. And the outriggers are where we bring the gravitational load is brought back to the core. And as we were thinking about this project, we realized early on that one of the challenges for us was that the piles in the ground were designed for a rectangular building with a rectangular core. And our proposal is a circular building. And I've always had this problem, how to put a circular peg in a square hole. I mean, I think many children struggle with that, and so have we. But we found a way, and you can only do this if you look at it as an integrated design exercise. We found a way very early through the introduction of micropiles, which are sleeved through the existing piles, and then captured in a raft that allows us to build a tower of the shape we want. We worked with some really amazing soil engineers, and we of course, looked very carefully at wind. There's a strong incoming breeze that comes in over the Gulf, and the fact is that super tall buildings, especially, the structural design is dictated by wind forces, not by seismic. Seismic becomes less important and wind becomes the primary factor. And so very early, in the early months of the project, we hired a firm to do computational fluid analysis for us. This is CFD, computational fluid dynamic analysis, to really look at how the incoming breeze interfaces with different shapes of the tower. And it was quite interesting. We found through a process that we were able to reduce the moment forces and the lateral forces on the tower by up to 40% by shaping it right. And part of that shaping was the taper. The famous tapering and the shape of this building also helps to confuse the wind, they call it. So tall, super tall buildings, what you want to do is you don't want them to be extruded, you want to change the geometry. And that reduces the vortex forming on the leeward side of the building. And the vortices are the main issue, which you saw a graphic of that in the CFD. So the shaping of this star had a lot to do with our computational analysis that came from scientists, and we worked with them, and we tested probably a dozen shapes before we settled on this one. And then the very top of the towers, of course, is very exciting. We wanted to go higher, but we introduced a hole that allows the wind to go through. And we found that that had also a very significant effect on the lateral forces. Now, the atrium gardens are a really exciting part of this project. There's 12 of them, these gardens. And these gardens are for the use of the hotel and the guests. We are still programming them. We're trying to decide which garden does what. You know? So there's going to be real use in these. But when we looked at them early, one of the things I felt is that we should not air condition them. We shouldn't be spending so much cost. We should find a way to use natural air, especially 6, 7, 8 months of the year. So our own MEP team has done a lot of analysis, and what we've found is that by cooling only where people are and letting the temperature gradient go up in the space, because people are not up there, people are down here. There's some panoramic elevators in the back, but they're air conditioned. We're able to generate and to create a natural environment in a super tall building as 12 stacked gardens. And what I find very exciting is that we've done some detailed analysis of the air conditioning cost of this tower, and we've compared it to the ASHRAE base case. The ASHRAE base case is about 14.1 megawatts of cooling, and this tower is 25% below the base case. Yeah? So it's a glass tower, it's got gardens in it, and yet it beats the ASHRAE base case by at least 25%. So the question is always in my mind, I mean, can we do exceptional work and be responsible at the same time? Can we do both? And I think we can. I think we all can. I think the secret is to be open to a multidisciplinary approach to design, where you are simultaneously, you have engineers, architects, interior designers, facade designers, landscape designers, you have security guys, you have elevator people working with you, environmental design. You do it all at the same time. You don't do it in sequence, you do it in parallel. And if you are brave enough to do that, because it's scary to design that way, because it gets really messy, and it can create a lot of anxiety. Like the team can feel that there's too much input, there's too many different opinions. So I'm the conductor of the opera. Yeah, that's my job. So I hold the conductor stick, and then I've got these really talented people to work with. And we are able to do, once in a while, we're able to push the boundaries of what we do. Not every time. It really comes down to the project and to the opportunity. Sometimes you get lucky. And I'm almost out of time. I've got a minute left, so I want to just say a few things. I'm going to keep scrolling, and I'll just say a few things about our approach to design. It actually goes beyond whether it's CL or whether it's some other project. We do believe that beauty should be more than skin deep. Certainly, I believe that true beauty or striving for perfection, because if beauty is about perfection, and perfection is actually unachievable, I don't think we can ever achieve it. but we have to try. And that's super important. It's important to challenge convention and to embrace invention in our lives. It's important that we accept the natural into the artificial. Embed it into your work. It's important to celebrate the visible, but also the invisible. Everything is not how it looks. So if you have the time and if you have the patience, find time to go deeper into your own work, deeper into the work of others, because that process of going deeper and taking your time, they call it, it's a patient search. A patient search. And it's tremendously rewarding if you've got the time. Thank you very much.
Yes, on here. Thank you, Yahya. That was a great presentation. Lovely to see such an exciting project on our doorstep, and I think certainly one of the most exciting facades that will be going up in Dubai at the moment. So we'll all be keeping a close eye on that over the coming months to watch that project coming together. Next up, I'll move on to the next speaker. So I'd like to welcome up to the stage, if we could please, Alain Garnier from Saint-Gobain Sage Glass. He's the manager of sales and business development. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Hanging, I'm not able to go into full screen. Can you just check? You have to enable the video because
and the video is there, right?
so enable content. Yeah, full screen. Yeah.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to see you. It's a great pleasure to be here and meet again in person after all this time. First, I'd like to thank the organizer of the conference, Zak World of Façades, for bringing us back together again and ensuring that we have a safe but productive session here. What I would like to share with you today is how our industry is changing and adapting to the new environment. We are surrounded by connected objects. We have them in our pockets. We wear them on our wrists. And those objects are connected to each other. They communicate. They exchange data. They make sure that our lives is better, hopefully, and make it easier and safer to work and live and play. One part of the building that has long been left out of this evolution is, in fact, the facade. Facades and curtain walls have been seen as passive elements. They have been designed very creatively, and we saw what Lars presented about adaptive facade and the example that the architect Yahya just showed us but those facades that use very innovative materials, hopefully, high-performance glass, high-performance aluminum systems, cladding, are designed and then installed in our buildings and stay there for its lifetime. So that means 30, 40, 50 years. At the same time, technology is evolving rapidly. 20 years ago, we didn't have iPhones in our pockets. We had Nokias and Motorola phones. So it's accelerating, and as I said, more and more devices, things are connected. This is the famous Internet of Things that we hear about, IoT. It's everywhere. All the objects around us are connected to reduce the energy consumption of our buildings, optimize the cooling, the heating, the lighting, make it safer, and create a network allowing all of them to generate, exchange, and consume the data without human intervention, also with a very limited human intervention. The enabling technologies, the computers, the sensors, the PLC, the actuators, the thermostat, the networks have existed for decades. So it's all available for us to use. IoT implementation use a lot of different models and strategies for communication, like device to device, device to cloud, or for data sharing. The trend and the potential are huge. Some projections expect that over 100 billion devices will be connected by 2025, and that would represent a market of over $11 trillion. Obviously, we should not be naive, and challenges remains, especially on issues like security, data security, what's happening with all the data that is exchanged and generated, and privacy, because some of those information are very private. On the implementation side, the definition of standards and interoperability are key factors for success. But IoT is happening around us. We should not be left behind in our industry. And we know that smart cities require smart buildings, and smart buildings require smart facades. So let's look at some of the solutions that exist today and some of the solutions for the future. Before we do that, I'd like to ask you a question. Are any of you here football fans? I'm talking about American football, not soccer. If you are an American football fan, you know that one of the highlights of the season is the last game of the year called the Super Bowl. It's happening every early February. And one of the highlights of the Super Bowl are the commercials that are aired during the breaks. So I'm going to share with you here one of the commercials that was presented a year ago at Super Bowl 2020. And it's from a company that Lars mentioned and benefited from the evolution and what's happening over here. That's Amazon. So let's have a look.
Baby! Coming! Alexa, turn down the thermostat.
Okay, turning down thermostat.
Ready. Huh, here we go. What do you think people did before Alexa?
Alexa, turn the temperature down 2 degrees.
Thank you, dear.
Alexa, tell me a joke.
Jokes. God, you think I know loads? Look at me.
Next.
News! Get your news here!
Alex, what's today's news?
Doesn't matter. It's all fake.
Al, play that song I like. Al, next song.
Alexei, tell us something interesting.
Okay. The Earth is flat, and a witch stole his pants.
Alexa, miss, send this message to Prince Constantine. Alicia, remind me to delete those tapes.
Yes, Mr. President. I ain't deleting.
Yeah, I don't know what people did before Alexa. Alexa, play my favorite song.
So I hope you enjoyed this video clip as much as I did. But the question is obviously, why is it relevant, apart from the fun? The reason is, today you can control the tint of your windows using an Amazon Echo. So beyond controlling your thermostat, your cooling, your heating, your lighting, listening to a song, getting your news, you can also say, Alexa, tint my windows, or Alexa, clear my windows. And I hope in the next clip, Ellen DeGeneres will also include that on Amazon. So what you see here is a dynamic glass that is tinted at the top and clear at the bottom, and on the desk there is an Amazon Echo, and you can control it and have a look at it yourself. So okay, oops, it's kind of stuck here. Maybe you should help me now. Anyways, so this is the changes that I want to talk to you about.
Baby, coming.
You should not replay that. Yeah. So this is oops. This is how it's controlled. So very simple architecture. On the right-hand side, you see our tinting glass and our control system. And then it's connected to your building management system using standard communication protocols like BACnet or Loanworks. And then it's connected to the Amazon Web Service using your own building cloud. And that links to your Alexa, and the same way that you control, again, your lighting or your heating, you can control your glasses. This brings tremendous benefits to the occupant user and to the people that work and live in that space, because it's evolutive, it's flexible. If you decide to redesign your interior space, then you can completely change it, but keep using those solutions. And we'll see how this can be done. Other type of control, obviously, smart controls can be used with light sensors. In that case, the light sensor outside is measuring the amount of light that comes onto your elevation. So let's say on a very sunny midday in Dubai on a south orientation, you'll get 100 or 120,000 lux of light. And then the sensor measure that and then make sure that within your space you always have those 400 or 500 lux of light that are needed to make it comfortable for you to work there by tinting the glass as necessary. We can also use an app on our phone or tablets, or use wall switches or touch panels. Let's have a look at the difference between a static glass experience and a dynamic glass experience. If you look at this beautiful curtain wall and the space below it as a conference, as it is a south orientation, it makes it very difficult to use the space and be comfortable when someone is talking because of the huge glare. Even if you have a strong AC to compensate for the heat, the glare is terrible. And this kind of curtain wall are very difficult to shade by any other method but dynamic glass. So if you have dynamic glass, then you can have it programmed or based on the reading from the sensor, have the different part of your curtain wall tinted. Like here, the middle section is fully tinted. The top part is slightly tinted to make the space comfortable, and then you still have full daylight on the bottom part of it because the sun is high in the sky. This will obviously not be done by the users, but either by, again, programming or by the facility manager. And again, if the sun is higher in the sky, then the top part will completely darken, the below a bit less, and then we keep the daylight at the bottom. This is another possibility. So all those different solutions can be summarized in the dynamic control of the glass that use a predictive algorithm based on the orientation of the building, on the sun path, on the weather conditions, and all of that is compiled by the system to make sure that the tint level is optimized so that it makes the space the more comfortable, reduce the need for cooling and HVAC, and optimize the use of lighting. Just I'll show you on my phone. So I can, here I have a Sage Glass app, and if you want to have a look at it closer, please come over to our booth here in the corridor to have a look at how that works in practice. But basically, you can define by password different levels. So I may just be allowed to control the 3 windows in my office, and if I'm the facility manager, I'll be able to control the whole facade. And then depending on my requirements, I can control each individual glasses or group of glasses or predefined scenes. Let's look, if we look back at that space where we need to make video presentation, if I need the outside conditions are not very sunny, I may want to darken the whole elevation to make sure that people will see the video and enjoy the presentation. So just an example here. So in this room, we can see on the application that the glass is clear. It shows with the yellow circle that it's clear, and then by moving across the buttons or swiping the picture, I can go to a darker state. So here it's controlling together all the glasses at the top, because usually the sun is moving across that and rather than vertically. And so I can here control that myself again. Or like this, or different position that are available. So how does that help us to solve the facade design challenge that Lars has presented, or Yahya on his CL building? Well, we want more daylight and views. We want to ensure that the occupant has the optimal thermal level and visual comforts, and we want to reduce energy consumption of the building, and we want to reduce CO2 emissions. So all of that, comes with challenges, because daylight and views are coming with heat and glare. And if we think of this beautiful office, people chose to work there because of the view. This is part of the real estate value of that location. At the same time, when there's bright sun, they need to see their screen and be able to work. So that's why they have put a dynamic glass solution in the facade. The alternative is this, and this is not what we want to see. And this is not the value of the real estate that people have chosen to work in. What we want to see is amazing views and enjoy that whatever the outside conditions are. So this is what is available today, and I'd like to quickly show you some of the new innovation that we are bringing. One of them is called Harmony, and you immediately see the difference on the picture. It's a seamless gradient of tint between the top and the bottom of the glass. The top of the glass is darkened, and that will prevent too much light and glare to enter the space, where the bottom of the glass is still clear. The difference you probably saw on previous, we have possibilities to create different sections in the glass, like we see here on the left-hand side. We call that light zone, where the top part can be very dark and the bottom very clear, and intermediate state in the middle. But we got comments from architects that, well, we don't like this sharp transition, we don't like these lines, and we don't like, so we have created something that we call Harmony that allows a seamless gradient of tinting from the top to the bottom of the glass, but also from the bottom to the top. So that's creating a lot of additional opportunities to use daylight in the space, and that's some of the additional possibilities. So the bottom part here are different levels of visible light transmission in the glass and in percentage, but the solar Ingen coefficient or the G value has the same evolution. So when it's completely clear, it's around 0.37. When it's completely dark, it's about 0.05. So you're blocking 95% of the heat that come into your space. At the top here, you see what we call the harmony tinting, where the top can be dark and the bottom can be clear as a gradient, but that's also true the other way around. And there are many cases where this is beneficial, and all kind of other combinations. Just to give you an impression, so this is what we saw, but this is with bottom dark and top clear. This is light darkening at the top and clear at the bottom, and so on and so forth. All those possibilities here. Is this technology future? No, it's already implemented. We have a great example here in Dubai. This is the Mohammed bin Rashid Library in Al Jadaf. So if you go up the Business Bay Bridge, you will see it on your right-hand side when you go to Festival City. All the elevation on this building, all the glass on the lower incline, so it's a G+7 building. So ground first and second is this incline at the bottom. There is two vertical floors in the middle, 3 and 4, and then 5, 6, 7 is an inverted incline, and that a symmetrical building with the same on the quick side and on the road side, and all of those are dynamic glass. And the client there asked us specifically for that solution because he wanted to be able to control those different sections individually. The bottom part are individual libraries. By the way, the building is almost ready. It's not open to the public yet, but it will very soon. The books are there, the computers are there, and we have permanent entry pass. So if you are interested to see it, just let us know, and we'll be happy to guide you there. So this is at night. So at night here, you see some of the glass are still dark. Some other have been cleared. So that gives an impression of how it looks and how it can be controlled. Other buildings around the world, this is Nestle headquarters in Switzerland, buildings from the 80s and the 70s, so some of those facades had to be renovated, and they chose our solution. Here in that case, they use the light zone, so you see it at the top, so the very short top section and bottom section, so they can manage the daylight, and then a larger middle section. So just to conclude, dynamic glass is a new amenity for the building. It brings value to your real estate. It offers additional functionalities, and this is another fully harmony glazed building in Switzerland called the Millennium Center, and that's how it looks like. So smart glass are disrupting the construction industry. IoT is everywhere and offer a lot of efficiency for our buildings, better use of our resources, lower energy cost, and improve well-being for occupants. Technology is there, so we have to use it and make it a service for our clients and end users. And smart buildings require smart facades, so it's essential to increase the value of your buildings. Thank you very much.
Testing. Alain, maybe just to ask you one question there. Is there any complexities with retrofitting this into existing buildings? You showed the Nestle headquarters there, for example, in terms of power requirements. Are there any complexities or issues related to doing that?
Sorry?
Are there any issues or challenges, or is it quite easy?
The important part for the facility management at Nestle was to refurbish that based on reducing the energy consumption of the building. The part that was renovated was from the 70s, not a very good facade in today's terms. So they really decided to change that completely. And in addition to the glass, they changed also they increased the insulation. They changed the lighting from fluorescent lamp to LED lighting. and so on and so forth. So they did a lot of changes, and they start. The good thing is because it's a renovation, they could measure the impact of all those changing on their electricity bill, and they saw a reduction of 70%. We cannot attribute all of that to us. We wish we could, but it's a combination of all of that. So they cannot isolate the different components, but we hope that we are, a significant part of that, and the feedback we have from Nestlé Facility Management is really good. And yeah, they added a lot of technology, so it's great to see.
Okay, good to know.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I always get nervous when we start talking about things like Alexa or Siri on stage, just in case everybody's phone goes crazy, saying something like "Hey Siri," and everybody's phone is going in their pocket. So next up, we have the final presentation, the last discussion of this session before taking a networking coffee and tea break. Our next sort of discussion point and presentation is going to be on waterproofing solutions for high-rise towers. I'd like to welcome up to the stage Esmeralda Maria Malo, the Regional Marketing Head for Henkel Construction Adhesives. Please put your hands together.
Thank you, Scott. Hello, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Ahmed and Zak for making this happen and being finally in a physical conference and seeing good friends, people that I used to be cooperating in the near past, and definitely people that I would like to be cooperating in the near future. So my name is Maria Malo. I'm Regional Marketing Head IMEA for Henkel Construction Adhesives, and through the upcoming slides, I'm going to present to you how Henkel can support on the design and specification of high-rise towers. So before moving forward, just a brief introduction about Henkel that probably you may know through the FMCG industry. We are a company of having turnover more than $19 billion turnover during 2020. And there are more than 53,000 employees working for Henkel of more than 125 nationalities all over the world. We're spending more than $500 million in yearly basis for research and development, but what we are really proud of is the fact that we are very committed on sustainability topics, and this is reflecting on the CO2 footprint of the products that we are producing per ton. So the last 10 years we have reduced the CO2 footprint by 44% and the water consumption by 28%. And these two factors and many others are contributing positively on the company ranking and rating on sustainability standards globally. And in order to give you a little bit more concrete example about the sustainability commitment of Henkel, this is our plant in Turkey, in Anatolia. It's a production plant for adhesives that in 2019 was certified with LEED Platinum certification, the administration building, and the upcoming 2-3 months we are going to get the certification about the gold LEED, about the production plant. And I think that you know much better than me how challenging it is to get a gold LEED certification for a production plant, but exactly being committed in order to minimize the CO2 footprint into the environment. We are using more solar panels, we are maximizing the use of the renewable sources of energy in order to come up with the LEED accreditation. Going back to the company profile of Henkel, as I said, probably you know more Henkel regarding the beauty care or personal care products, Persil, Pril, or Schwarzkopf that you may use in daily basis. But probably you do not know that the majority of the turnover of Henkel, about 45%, is coming from the hardcore industry of adhesives. So adhesives being used in automotive industry, aerospace industry, electronics, so the phones that you are holding on your hands, they are full of adhesives of Henkel. And moreover, in construction industry that I'm going to be referred during the next slides. So talking about construction adhesives, we are very proud having a history, a heritage of more than 115 years now, starting our journey since 1905 with Cerecit being founded at that year up to date. So we are having 25 factories with a significant global footprint where we are trading our construction adhesives under brands like Terrason, Cerecit, well established, very strongly established in Europe. Polybit is our brand about construction adhesives in IMEA region, while Fester and Becron are our brands about construction adhesives in Latin America region. So this is our journey regarding construction adhesives globally and talking about IMEA. Polybit was a company being established in 1995, while the third quarter of 2017 came under the full management of Henkel. Up to that point, it was a joint venture. We're having 2 production sites located in UAE and another one in Saudi in order to serve the needs of IMEA region, and currently we're exporting in more than 30 countries within IMEA. We have full construction adhesives portfolio in order to support in the design and specification stages of any kind of project that you may be working on. Moreover, talking about high-rise towers, but we have a very strong know-how regarding the waterproofing protection of any stage of the building. What we're really proud, though, is the fact that we have been involved in major projects in GCC, protecting them to stand there stronger than ever for the last 25 years. And why this is critical for us, and I think for every involved parties in construction industry, because having such kind of projects standing there for 25 years without any issues is the strongest proof about the reliability of the warranties being backed up through the projects that anyone is working on. So it's not just a piece of paper to be compliant as per the compliance statement standards, but it's a reliable paper that all of us can be confident that no issues will be created in the upcoming future. But I think it's, I would like to invite you to introduce Henkel Polybit quite briefly through a video presenting to you some few of the projects, but major ones, being involved in GCC region.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute, well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
So I think that all the projects that we have been involved so far is this proof in order to have the reliability about the durability of our products. But let me introduce to you how we can support through the stage of design and specification to high-rise and towers. So starting from the bottom up to the top, because you'll be surprised with how many stages and application areas we can support to the systems and solutions that we do offer. Starting from the bottom, foundations, that is a quite critical part of high-rise and towers. We are offering a very comprehensive system regarding the foundations, waterproofing protection, regardless the depth of the excavation, regardless if the project is near to the sea or the water table is quite high. We do propose and we suggest the systems regarding car park application, regardless if it's exposed outdoor or indoor, if it's going to be exposed in the UV or no. So even regarding this application, we have full system of products that can resolve any issues in any projects that you are working on. Bathrooms, going to the main part of the buildings, definitely you are talking about bathrooms, kitchens, or showers that will be included in the rooms of a hotel or the apartments that we are living in. In this case, we need a very good waterproofing protection and the tiling system so as to make sure that the tile adhesive and the glue and the grout between the tiles is the right one in order to minimize the penetration of the water underneath. Heavy-duty kitchen. In the case that you have a hotel in a high-rise tower and you need the right system to protect for such kind of heavy-duty application, again, we can support even on this field. Talking about outdoor applications, balconies, terraces. In this region, we see the big difference of the temperature during night and day. So it's quite critical, the system that will be suggested, to be quite flexible in order to have the expected durability even in such kind of applications. Concrete repair. There are people being referred on the trend of and the need to go through renovation. So definitely there will be parts of the concrete that should be repaired through the stage of renovation. Even in this application area, we have a comprehensive range of products and systems. There is an extensive reference today regarding the green facade and the green roofing. And this is a solution that is helping the higher-rise towers in order to achieve green building standards and to minimize the CO2 footprint to the environment. But in order to be able to apply such kind of approaches, it's quite critical to protect the concrete and to have the right anti-rooting system. So even in this application area, we'll be more than happy to support you with the respective advice. Last but not least, on the top of the high-rise tower, roofing. Regardless if you are looking for waterproofing protection, just waterproofing protection, we'll be more than happy to support with waterproofing protection and the right thermal insulation system if it is needed, so as to support you optimizing the energy consumption in the building, achieving up to 30% energy efficiency being compared to roofing not being insulated. We fully acknowledge the fact that architects, engineers, consultants are doing a very complex job because you have to be aware about hundreds of products, and moreover, how do we combine these products in a system that will work per application. And in order to simplify this approach and to help you through this journey, we're offering our systems through a system selector table per application area. So talking about foundations, you have just to select the parameters of the project that you are working on, and directly you can see what is the right system to be applied in that case. So in the case that you have a high-rise tower of deep excavation up to 20 meters, and it's next to the sea, so high water table, and you are looking the maximum warranty of 25 years, then the respective technology and system that we do propose is watertight extreme. In the case that you are working in a less challenging project of depth of excavation up to 15 meters and you are looking for 20 years of warranty next to the sea again, the respective system is T2015 and so on. So just defining the factors or the parameters of the project that you are working, directly you can understand what is the respective and suitable system for that application. We're communicating the system selector quite visually, communicating with the 3D cut designs in order to be able to discuss with you the products being involved in each system and to have a more comprehensive discussion between you and our specification team and to answer to any doubts or questions regarding the application of each of such system. Talking about wet areas, the main building part of the high-rise tower. So even in this case, we have defined the most critical parameters that an engineer or an architect is going to consider when he's working, for instance, selecting the materials for a kitchen, a bathroom, or a shower. So in the case that the surface that has to be protected is concrete, it's concrete, and you are working on selecting materials about kitchen, bathroom, and showers, and you are looking for a warranty of up to 20 years, then the right system to look at is watertight wet area 11. In the case, though, that the surface is gypsum board, so quite flexible surface, then the respective system is wet area 12. Talking about outdoor application, that, as we said, is quite critical to have the right system for the big differences of the temperature. In that case, about the balconies and terraces, the right system is wet area 15, and so on. And again, we're communicating all our systems visually connected with photos relative to the application area that that system will be applicable to. Talking about flooring systems, so the car park that we're saying, or the flooring systems of carpet flooring that we see here in the hotels or in the offices. So in the case that you are selecting materials for a hotel or for office, and you are looking to find the right system to protect that flooring cover, then that can be carpet or PVC, then the respective system is universal flooring. In the case that you are working on car park coating system that is exposed, then the respective system could be polydeck, exposed outdoor I mean, so exposed to UV, then the respective system is polydeck 2000, or for indoor use, polydeck 1000, and so on. Again, being communicated visually for a better understanding and to enhance your experience, which system has to be used in which application. Coming to the top of the high-rise tower and about roofing, as I said, you have the option to select throughout waterproofing solutions and the combination of waterproofing and thermal insulation. So in this case, if you are looking for the maximum possible thermal insulation efficiency of the roofing system and the highest possible warranty to be offered up to 30 years of warranty, for a roof that is going to be accessible and to be exposed, so it will not be covered with tiles, then in that case, the right system to be selected is combo roof, and so on. Again, communicating all the details of the systems one by one, product by product, in order to answer to all your questions or concerns about our systems. So, as you can see, there are plenty of systems that we are trying to present our solutions per application area. And a part of the simplification of our message for foundations, for roofing, for flooring and wet areas, part of our specification boxes that you can see here, and you are most than welcome to see in our booth as well, we are including mock-up simulation boxes as well, where you don't have just the 3D cut design of the system, but you can feel and you can touch how the system looks like. You can feel even the aggregate of the car park in order to understand what is the system that we are talking about and to raise any of your questions. So our specification boxes are including all these mock-up system simulation boxes of all the systems that I was referred to so far. Why it would be worth to go with the systems of Henkel Polybit? Because as I said previously, it's the most reliable warranty offered in the market, taking into account that we have projects lying over there for 25 years. So that meets any expectations about the durability asked. Another important thing to be highlighted, though, is that all our products are being produced in UAE. And why this is critical? Because it can ensure very good lead times and service terms, regardless of COVID, ensuring construction continuity, instead of importing products from other regions that are going to have some disturbance during the construction stage. And moreover, this can influence positively through the LEED accreditation or STDAMA compliance, because the products are being transported within UAE itself. Last but not least, it's important to be highlighted that all these technologies, and this is the reason that we are keeping our brands per region, our technologies are being developed in order to respond to the best possible way to the weathering conditions of GCC. So we are not trying to fit the GCC weathering conditions to our products, but we are developing our technologies and our products to have the expected durability for such kind of challenging conditions like GCC. These were the systems and the solutions that we could support throughout the design, the specification of high-rise and towers, and talking about innovations and how we can support on sustainability and to achieve even better green building standards. We have introduced Watertight Extreme System. It's the ultimate waterproofing solution that we do offer in the market that can respond perfectly in any type of challenges regarding the depth of excavation or if the project is located next to the sea with high water table. So it's a system that is HDPE 265 microns film laminated with polypropylene fleece, that this fleece is creating a very strong bond with the concrete. And this bond is what is giving is making the system independent to any structural movement, something quite critical for the consultants in order to ensure the durability of the waterproofing system. It's very fast and easy during application because no torch is being needed, being compared with any traditional waterproofing solution in the region right now that is using 2 or 3 layers to be torched. There are no emissions because this is a loose lay membrane to be applied, so no emissions in the environment, 1/3 of the time to be applied, and very easy to be applied, issuing, though, the highest durability and the highest warranty existing in this market, up to 25 years. And again, as being said, is manufactured and produced here in UAE. Another innovation that we introduced a few months back is polycryl FR. There's no doubt that there are extensive discussions throughout construction industry about the fire-rated coatings that should be used for the facade. So this is an acrylic coating for the moisture protection of the concrete that can be used for outdoor or even indoor. This is compliant as per the Class A standards, as per the ASTM E84 standards, achieving 0 regarding the flame spread index, and 10, only 10 about the smoke development when the upper level of it is 400. It has less than 1 gram per liter VOCs emissions, and this is showing the environmentally friendly approach of this product. Is antifungal coating that can improve the better air quality, moreover take into account that in this region we are using a lot of air conditioning. It's very easy to be applied because it can be sprayed, being compared to cementitious slurries, so that you can do it with brush or roll. This is sprayed, so it's very efficient time-wise and easy to do so. It's improving the solar reflectance because it's white color, and having a white color, it can work like a quality assurance standard, seeing the full facade being coated with white color and not a gray color of cementitious coating, making that confusion towards the gray color of cement as well. And again, in order to be compliant as per the local standards, we are holding civil defense, UAE civil defense certifications for this coating. And last but not least, about the roofing systems, Combo Roof is the most well-recognized system about roofing applications, optimizing the energy efficiency of the buildings. This is a system being applied since 2002 in UAE, applying more than 8 million square meters, and we have upgraded even more the products and the coatings included in this system in order to extend the roofing project lifetime by 5 years. So offering and extending our warranty up to 30 years, so improving the project lifetime by 20%. It's the only roofing system offered under 30 years of warranty, so quite reliable and durable. It can achieve up to 30% of energy efficiency and being fully compliant and exceeding the STDAMA and DCL requirements. It has fantastic design flexibility, so as all of you, in the case that you want to achieve U factor up to even 0.1, it can be. It's doable. So Combo Roof System is the updated version that we are offering currently in the market under the 30 years of warranty. So that is all from my side. You are most than welcome to pass by our booth in order to have an extensive discussion regarding the system over the specification boxes that I was showing previously, and will be more than happy to answer to any of your questions or concerns. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Scott.
That's the end of then session 1. We're going to take a 20-minute break, so 11:40. We're a little bit behind schedule, but we're quite confident we'll make that up throughout the day. So if we could see everybody back in here at 11:40 after you've had a chance to have a bit of a snack, a bit of tea or coffee, and see you shortly for session 2. Thank you very much.
intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute, well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
"20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. by creating a premium high-performance product lineup. Producing sustainable post-temperable coated architectural glass for both commercial and residential applications. Today we celebrate 2 decades with joy and pride, and our signature is everywhere. Elevating prestigious landmarks in the region and the UAE to the next level. Creating landmarks in our region and all over the world. Now, 60% of Dubai's buildings are glazed with our products. Let's continue the journey together. Emirates Glass. Our glass is your view.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute, well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. By creating a premium high-performance product lineup, producing sustainable post-temperable coated architectural glass for both commercial and residential applications. Today we celebrate 2 decades with joy and pride, and our signature is everywhere. Elevating prestigious landmarks in the region and the UAE to the next level. Creating landmarks in our region and all over the world. Now, 60% of Dubai's buildings are glazed with our products. Let's continue the journey together. Emirates Glass. Our glass is your view.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
"20 years ago, Dubai Investments got a challenge. Took the sand of our land and transformed it into the most innovative glass solutions. By creating a premium high-performance product lineup.
So to kick off session 2, we've got a talk on remarkable building identity. How ready are we? The talk is going to be from Nikolay Kolomiychenko. He's the Managing Director of Sales and Marketing at AGC Obican Glass. Come up on stage, please. I hope you're here. Yes.
Hello, hello. Yes. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be here with you and to share this stage and to share the same conversation with the professional society. And definitely, I'm not only a happy person, I'm also a very lucky person, because I'm having this opportunity, this privilege to contact and to have the conversation with professionals of our facade industry for the last 20 years. And actually, this is something what I would like to talk about. I will tell you about some exciting things from the glass industry, and definitely I would like to share my pain with you. I will start with the fact that you probably know about many things about AGC, and you probably recognize AGC as the company which is the largest glass manufacturer in the world. And actually, it is very true. The only thing is that you probably don't know is that AGC is much larger than this. So 50% of our business is about glass, glass for building and glass for automotive. And another 50% is about chemicals, and it's about ceramics, it's about electronics. And this is a unique, actually, advantage why, and actually this is one of the reasons why I selected my company, AGC, for my career, which lasts already 20 years with the same company. And yes, it is exactly about the synergy, because only the synergy between different, let's say, divisions, the synergy between different industries allows us to create absolutely stunning and unique products, which we have so many. At the same time, surely AGC is having one very unique feature. It is the company with Japanese roots. One of our headquarters is located in Tokyo, the main one. The second one is in Brussels, and the third one is Seattle. And actually, 20 years ago, when I joined AGC as a very young person, I was requested by some of my Japanese colleagues to prepare some forecasts. It was very, very early 2000. It was a turbulent time in my country. Originally, I'm from Russia. It was late 90s. It was a political and economical crisis of 1998. And actually, it was very hard for us to predict something. It was absolutely impossible even to look to the next month, not, to build any long-term forecasts. And I was surprised at that time when Japanese colleagues told me, Nikolay, you have to get used to this spirit of the company, because actually we are thinking 35 years from now. And this is true. AGC today and headquarters and so many different people who I will show some of our achievements, they are not in 2021, they are somewhere in 2056, thinking how the world will evolve by that time and what are the needs which you will require from us, our partners, our friends, our clients. This is actually a very good slide for me, which is illustrating a lot. In late 80s, AGC has invented a technology to produce a very special glass, a very thin, ultra-thin, chemically tempered glass, which we are all using today for displays. But the glass was developed in, I told you, in the late 80s, when there was actually no demand, there was no market for this. And AGC was suffering a lot. We were producing the glass and just crushing it, hoping and knowing, actually, that there will be a demand. The demand came in early 90s with Mr. Steve Jobs, the photo of this very honorable person we have seen today on the screen, from Lars Anders. And this is exactly the issue. I mean, we were anticipating many different technologies or changes in our lives, which will happen very soon. And that was actually a very, very big surprise for me at the time. But this is the spirit of AGC. This picture is a very nice illustration. It is about the glass itself. It is about a piece of engineering, because if you look to these glasses, you will see that they are, we call it oversized. They are all 14 meters high. Today, we are able to produce one piece glass up to 18 meters of total length. And definitely, it is not possible without our partners, without the value chain of talented architects, of talented engineers, of talented glass processing companies who have to process everything, to cut the glass, to process it, to temper, to laminate it, to assemble into a nice and beautiful construction, and finally to make these things happen. But behind this picture, there is something more. It is also a logo of Apple, which is actually also, I told you, this is a synergy of different departments, and we are also supplying Apple and many different Android-based devices with our very special glasses. So the world is changing, the world is evolving. Surely it is not only about the glass. AGC, I told you, it's not about the glass only. It's about electronics, it's about chemicals, and sometimes building envelopes have nothing to do with the glass. It can be these ETFE solutions, like the Munich Arena, the Alliance Arena in Munich, or some other interesting projects, We're very proud to say, and we were joking between our team members, saying that this amazing project, which is the World of Ferrari, doesn't have any glass except of AGC. Actually, last year we found one small piece of glass. It was a cockpit of the sport car, which didn't have the glass of AGC, but all other constructions, building constructions, are with AGC, and not only with the glass, but also with some other materials. For instance, these special paints, which you can apply on different constructions, especially those which are exposed to severe climatic conditions, and you can guarantee for that for the next 40 years, your construction is absolutely guaranteed against the corrosion. Same technology, by the way, and similar products were used for the Burj Arab and many other products. Definitely is always a unique combination of an intelligent combination of different building materials. Glass with other construction materials combined can result in a very nice, stunning final result. At the same time, I told you we are copying many different things from the automotive business. It is always a kind of an attempt to find different trends. In the car industry, you know, the car is used by ourselves. It is more for the personal use, and definitely this is probably the reason why we're taking so much of attention to the interiors, to windshields, to side lights, and many other components of the building, to the engine, how powerful it is, how good is the quality of our multimedia system, many different things. And yes, it is true that, for instance, AGC today is supplying the largest electrochromic sunroof or moonlight, how do you call it, the panoramic roof, which is dynamically switchable, like it was shown by Alain Garnier from Saint-Gobain. Yes, it is the same. We are thinking which technologies from automotive will come one day to the building industry, and vice versa. What the automotive what the automotive industry can copy from the building one. I will show few examples of this a bit later. And yes, it is true that the world is changing so fast, sometimes absolutely unpredictable. We all witnessed, and we are today the hostages of the new environment, and we are wearing this mask, and even during the networking session, it's not really easy to recognize who you are talking to, and some people who you know for so many years, unfortunately, you have to remove the mask and you show your face. Yes, this is a challenge of the new environment. This is the pandemic, and during the pandemic, as it was very correctly mentioned by Lars and others, right now even the standard flows of products and goods between different countries or regions or continents are being disrupted. And yes, definitely, the local presence is very, very important. For me, actually, it is not only about the local presence, the global presence all over the world, and the possibility to provide a good service to our partners. It is also about the 55,000 employees who are thinking 35 years from now, what would be the next trend and what will be the next challenge. We're thinking actually a lot about many different opportunities for the glass industry. We have pretty big R&D budgets, which we are spending to develop products which do not exist yet. We don't know what to do with them. It is about special GIPV, glass integrated photovoltaic solutions, which are not yet found its market niche. It is about many other things, like we have absolutely stunning right now glass, with which you can wrap everything. It is the special glass with the thickness of 0.15 millimeters, and actually, yes, it is like a piece of cloth. You can wrap the interiors of the car with this. Maybe it is a new standard for packaging, we don't know, or maybe it is a new way to engineer our facades, ultralight facades, if we're able to fight with stress in the glass and the deflection, especially the deflection. So what I'm trying to say is that today the glass industry is offering so much. Most probably, the glass industry today is even pulling some other industries, because we're inventing something and then the market is following this new trend or the new technology or the new product which is already available. And there are so many. We can talk about the standard commodities like a clear flow glass, or it is a tinted float, or there are coated glasses. Coated glasses were introduced to the market 50, 60 years ago. It is pretty an old product, and only right now, the penetration of this product to the market is getting kind of considerable, is getting more professional. We're talking about some other products, for instance, JIPV solutions, BIPV, built-in integrated photovoltaics. Only EGC has got 9 different products which can be used for different applications when you are going to harvest the solar energy. We're talking a lot about the green planet. We're talking about reduction of CO2 emissions. We're talking about many different things. But the gap between talks and realization is really huge. We are talking about smart cities, and we are talking about the fact that smart city is not the combination of different technologies. It is about the way, the new way how people communicate, how people interact, the way of new partnership between different people. And yes, the multimedia glass solutions, fully transparent glasses who are able to turn into a full dynamic, full RGB screen, is already here. It is available from 2010. So 11 years, this product is penetrating to the market very, very, very slowly. And even those products like electrochromic glasses, dynamically be switching smart glasses. How many good, noticeable products all over projects all over the world we can count together? Saint-Gobain, AGC, many other glass manufacturers. Few. And this is exactly the pain. And the pain is that we have so many different possibilities. We have so many different opportunities. But for me, I joined our industry, the facade or the glass industry 20 years ago. The world has completely changed. But did our industry change that much? And probably the issue is the interface, which Lars Anders was talking about. Because there are some chains missing between actually the production of or introduction of the new products and implementation or utilization of these products. We're talking about the fact that we have so many different challenges. And each and every day, if you open some news channels, you will hear many different, very honorable speakers speaking about challenges. And definitely it is about growth of population. Definitely it is about urbanization. And you know, these trends, they are altering the way we are living. It alters the way how people live. It is a major challenge to architects. It is a major challenge to designers, how to create a sustainable environment. And this is exactly what we're discussing with many architects. Thank you for this opportunity. We are learning from you, and we're actually trying to bring you something which will help you in your work. What will it be? I don't know. We are actually participating in many smart cities. I'm not sure if I want to be a tenant of a building in this smart city because of many different things. Because of lack of safety, because of the white noise which is always there. Even here in many regions, in many areas of the luxuries Dubai, you can find some places when it is just not comfortable to live. This is actually my case and the case of my family. Because we are forgetting about very basic, but very, very important things. We are forgetting about safety. How many buildings all over the world, I'm not talking about our region, how many buildings all over the world are pretty enough equipped with different solutions against at least defenestration? Or how many buildings are how many tenants inside these buildings are protected from the noise? Especially here in our region, it is, for me, it's a major issue. And yes, definitely it is about how people create and innovate. We're talking about 5G. 5G is not coming. 5G is here already. In many countries, it has been already deployed, including UAE with Etisalat and maybe other providers. But the thing is that how many people do know that all our facades or our building envelopes, especially those which are having solar control or multifunctional glasses with these coatings of noble metals, all these facades are not transferred to 5G. And we have seen so many different facts confirming this, unfortunately. We have seen this in Japan, we have seen this in Belgium, and with many different providers, we're deploying some new strategies, or we have special products, for instance, like wave-through or the glass active antenna, which are helping to make facades transparent to 5G and to repeat and to boost the signal, to retranslate the signal using glass as the active antenna. But when we're designing our buildings today, do we consider these challenges? It is surely about safety and security. It is about the privacy which are required by people more and more. It is about many different things. It's about, I don't know, I'm just thinking about myself. If, maybe not me, but if my kids are able to live not 70 years, but maybe it will be 200 years, probably if I was them, and I know that I have a long life of 200 years, I would be probably the most careful people in the world, the most careful person in the world. Because I know that with all this cybernetization, you know, human enhancements, all this, so on and so forth, I can extend my life, but a stupid accident can just break it. Do I want my building, the building I'm living in, to be a potential threat to myself and to my neighbors and to my family? Probably not. So there is a very famous quote of Mr. Max Planck, who said that science advances one funeral at a time. Maybe the generation should change so that we adopt all these technologies available. I look at my kid, she's 12, she's an extraterrestrial, she's from a different planet, she's picking up things differently, she has got absolutely different view on many different things. Very different from me. I'm not considering myself old, I'm only 42, but I'm an old dinosaur versus to her. But I still hope that this is still my time, and I will see many different projects which are very nicely designed and engineered, with all these people gathered together in this interdiscipline engineering in my life, during my life. For me, the facade is something very, very important. It is not only something which is protecting us from elements. It is not only something which is bringing us the identity. When we're designing the facade, we have so many different design considerations which are very, very valuable. It can be about investments, it can be about operational expenditures, it can be about system reliability, architecture expression, and style and look of the building, surely safety and security, surely comfort and productivity. This is all what we need from our buildings, correct? And actually all these participants of the entire chain of the construction process of design and of the design and engineering of these buildings are here. And surely we're supporting them. Surely it is about a selection, a good balance between CapEx and OpEx, to pay more today, but to save more, a fortune in the future, or just neglect many different things to proceed with some low budget, or what we call the value engineering, stripping down the costs, and then leaving people to manage it somehow, suffering from this sometimes. It is surely about many different sources of revenues, like the advertisement. The facade is the largest actually area of the building. How many nice examples of using this area for advertisement we have, or for communication with people. Again, we can count only a few projects available in the market with this. And definitely it's about many different things, and I already tackled many different serious problems for me, like the safety and security probably will be the one of those, or acoustic, or the noise reduction, acoustic insulation. For me, here in Dubai, it's one of the major issues. So again, these things are just basics. Nothing has changed within so many different decades. And for me, what is very, very important, that we need to use it more and more. Technologies are coming, are following the market. AGC invested several years ago into the new production facility in Saudi Arabia. So we are the local manufacturer already. We have a huge range of different products which we're able to provide locally from the plant in Saudi Arabia. It's a best-in-class machine, the largest in the world coater, which is able to produce 5.5 million square meters of special coatings for facades. And yes, it is about coatings. Those products which do exist in the market for so many years, which you all know very well. What will be the next step of AGC and other glass manufacturers depends on you. While once we see that these technologies are having the possibility to penetrate to the market, surely the localization will come. And this is one of the major trends, and this is exactly what we're asking you for. And this is exactly what we are actually looking for. Right now, yes, we are talking about solar control, low-E, single sealer or double sealer multifunctional high selective glasses to reduce surely the solar factor, right? The total energy is coming from the sun, or to provide a better thermal insulation. But again, when we're building today, we have to actually anticipate many different things. Yes, it is exactly it is about the appearance of the building, the identity. We are able to provide a variety of different colors. If you need something special, surely those special solutions are also available. And this, the nice example is the tower in Chicago, for which special coatings were designed. And if you look closer to this building, you will see that there are 7 different products, several hues of green color, which were mixed on the same facade. These coatings were tailor-made for this particular building to achieve this very smooth wave with a very nice result. Again, this is one of another opportunities for you to consider and definitely use. You bring us a piece of cloth sometimes, which is your favorite color, and we can produce the same color exactly matching the piece of cloth, or the Pantone color, which you just point and you send us the number. And again, all these things are very, very basic. Today, I didn't tell you about some fancy things which I like to discuss and which I like to demonstrate. I believe that today, when we are designing and engineering, we are building something, we have to remember that this building will stand for 25, 30, 40 years. And we have to think what will happen with this particular building with time. How modern this building will be after 5 or 10 years. And this is exactly why we're here. This is exactly why we appreciate the very nice cooperation between us and consultants and architects and designers and the construction society. We are very thankful for this. We are at your service, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Nikolay. I particularly like that quote there from Max Planck, science advances one funeral at a time. Next up, we have a talk on Only in Dubai, a glass slide. I'd like to welcome up to the stage, please, from Koltay Façades, Agnes Koltay.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I'm actually very happy to see a conference after all this mistake in the calendar the past year. And this is another special occasion because it's a sequel. I had a couple of presentations on Skyview on past Zak events. And the first few flights is just like in a TV show. I would like to refresh a little bit about Skyview. And then part 2 is coming, and there will be a part 3 in future conferences. So, okay, it's not going anywhere. So this is the picture that you know about Skyview, mostly this size. And this is another picture which is very familiar, probably from Instagram. It's a very Instagrammable location. And also, I love this view because you can see so many of our other projects there. By the way, I'm not introducing the company. We are a facade engineering consultancy. If anyone is interested, then we can talk after in the break. So all these projects we worked on, and what is the question here, and which I have not mentioned in previous presentations when I talked about the whole design of Skyview, the unitized system, the lobby system, and all the interesting facts about it, is something which is missing from this image. So what can be on the other side of the moon? Something which you will notice on these pictures, which are photos taken. The second one is from Burj Khalifa. The first one is from the podium of Burj Vista. You see something up there, some glass structure, which I could not talk about before, but now it's over there, and you can clearly see it. And I'm pretty sure that if COVID would not have happened last year, some of you must have tried it. It's a glass structure that we designed. And it's not the first glass slide that was designed ever. There is one in Los Angeles. The Los Angeles slides looks like this when you start. It's on an office building in the office district of Los Angeles. And you go one level down outside, from the 72nd to the 71st floor. It's about a 12-meter ride, and it takes a few seconds only. This is what you see when you start. You don't really see where you go. And this is during the ride. This first part of this slide is actually cold band glazing, and then a longer straight section is coming, and you are ending up on this mattress on the terrace roof. Structurally, this slide is hanging from the building. It has multiple points, and then it has a bit of space in between the 71st floor terrace slab and the arrival of the slide to account for the differential building movements. So we actually had a trip to this slide at a later stage, and this is the architect Chris Browning from NOR. Whoever was here in the morning, Yahya was talking on another building. So we went to talk to the operator and the design team, and actually the designer of this slide, Michael Ludwig, is a conference buddy of mine from international conferences. So all this knowledge went into the design of our slide. So these are some pictures that we took during our trip. There are some problems with this slide. If you don't exactly follow the instructions that they gave to you, you may end up upside down. What really happens is that in the corner, in the turn, you move very close to the glass, and from that on, it's basically a friction action next to the glass. And if it disturbs you, then you lose your balance and can turn around. So that's something to learn from this slide, and then other things to learn. What we got as a brief, it was originally not part of the building design, Skyview. It was something that was added later as a tourist attraction, and it makes sense. Actually, a lot of people can pay for this experience, and it's an extremely good location compared to the Los Angeles slide, where you only see office buildings around. So I will have some pictures later. It's amazing view to the Burj Khalifa and the whole downtown district. So it's also an internal entertainment area, which I will not talk about, but this is the brief that we got from SOM. That, okay, Ammar and SOM would like to have a slide. Please do something. It should be fully glass. There was some little explanation like this. We were thinking about it. It's not really structurally feasible as it looks like. It has multiple bends, so may not be very safe. And also, one of the important factors for the design was time, which unfortunately now with the COVID did not happen as it was intended to, but the tower crane was definitely moving from the building, and we should be able to finish it and install it before that happens. So from this point on, we were thinking and designing it with Nor. And this is a very special project to me because I had a lot of architectural impact. I am an architect as background, but as facade engineer, very rarely you get to design something. And on this one, I combined the structural knowledge, the experience that we have with architectural ideas. So now I'm very happy to present a presentation which is mostly architectural. I will not really talk about the structural design of the slide itself. However, that's also very interesting. That will be a separate presentation because there's so much to talk about this. So I said if we want something safe and quick, but still wow, we can do two things. First of all, we could make it straight. Secondly, we could, because the whole slide is such a short experience, 2-3 seconds really, and in Los Angeles we experienced it that you feel like going back, because when you do it first, you are still afraid what will happen, you know, and by the time you realize what's happening, it's over. So you want to go again, and it's about the fourth time when you have time to look around and look at what's below you. So definitely we wanted to extend this experience. I wanted. And the way to do that is to start from glass and arrive to glass. So I wanted to bring the whole thing out of the building in some cantilevers and make it straight. So we have the advantage of being quick and efficient and give a good user experience. So Nor's structural engineer liked the idea, and to support, they started to design a large truss cantilevering out of the building, keeping the edges clear so you can attach the slide. And then I was thinking more. This previous shape is just way too simple. It's not that interesting. What if we make it more of a wave shape? And with this, you can also have this end glass panel, which when you slide, you have this feeling that you will go through. But we make sure by calculation that you actually don't go through, but it looks like you go through. It just increases the scare factor of it. So that was an interesting idea, and we implemented that. It got further studied, and we ended up extending a little bit and cutting straight the other edge, so it's more of a movement, the whole shape. Yeah, these are some internal views. This is where you would start, and the whole chute would be attached to this floor, and then when you arrive, actually, that's on this previous slide. Sorry, this one I can show. So the building movements would be taken up here at this line. We have to allow for that, but the whole chute would also, we would maximize the length of it by starting from a seated location and going as deep as possible. So with all these considerations, the other question was, okay, and here we had one more idea. Actually, one of my colleagues had this idea to make it more playful, you know? We are like big kids. We are sliding in the air. So let's have totally transparent balls, like the kids play ball pit area to arrive, and you are like arriving in a cloud. This idea was actually scrapped because of hygienic reasons and practicality reasons, and probably now with the possible staying hygienic regulations, it's good that it happened that way. one other thing we didn't know, we are not slide designers, we are facade engineers. So what would be the right angle to make people slide, but not too fast, but also not too slow, so people wouldn't get stuck on the slide. We started with the angle of the Los Angeles slide, and we asked the main contractor, to build some mock-ups. And built 3 mock-ups in 3 different angles. And then we got all our friends, all people from my company, all people from the client, from the architect, whoever, kids, bigger people, smaller people, and we tried out the slide. And it was a fun day, a really fun day. Actually, not one day, it was 3 days. We also recorded some data, like how far we shoot off, and which angle felt the most comfortable. We tried out different materials for the mat. Actually, by the mat and by the coating a foil on the glass surface, we can control the friction coefficient. And then by calculation, gravity acts as such that mass doesn't matter, regardless of the size and the build of the people. You should not go farther or less far when you shoot off. But still, we wanted to test it off. So after this, and this happened together with the future operator and client, after this, we were ready to finally design the slide. The glass chute part, which is the 4 box glass in the middle, was done by a structural sealed unit. And then the rest of the platform glazing is simple point-fix glazing, nothing very special about that. However, for the glass chute, we wanted to rely on structural sealant entirely to reuse the stainless steel fixings and any visible elements to give this feeling, even more scary feeling that there's nothing, just the glass. The glass is supported by 4 big brackets. It's dead loaded at number 4. Number 1, it's hanging, restraining certain lateral loads. I'm not going to talk about this too much in this presentation. So let's jump to the size of it, the sheer size of it. This here is the piece of glass. It's 14 meters long, and actually it's upside down. You see the bottom at the top. You will understand later why. You see that green line. Actually, it's 7 layers of SGP laminated low iron glass at the bottom, which is on the top on this picture, and 3 layers for the rest of the light. So this is CDUC factory, and again, this is the top detail and the bottom detail. So maybe now you can see that line better. Extremely nice quality glass, very, very strict control of the quality. And here you see why. That's a little shelf where the glass, the floor of the glass chute is sitting, and actually structurally glazed there. And similarly, the roof had an interesting arrangement. So still, we are combining rigid and flexible connections, so things can happen. It's a complex model. So we still used raw tools, these piston raw tools, at the main brackets to allow for additional tolerances and movement of the chute, which came in one piece. These are the stainless steel fixings, all duplex. We went for 2 types of durability on this, very nicely machined from big chunk of block of metal. This is the connection, the silicon sealant connection. Again, in a separate presentation, probably Valerie was here somewhere from Dow Corning, probably in a joint presentation. We can talk about calculating this sealant. And we had some stainless steel fittings, which are for redundancy. So even if the whole glass design has a tremendous amount of safety factors at every step, and it's a very safe design. So, but still, we have some stainless steel mechanical fixings for redundancy. And then that's another few interesting pictures of the testing. Of course, this testing actually happened before the procurement of the glass and the rotules. This was component testing to finally verify the design, and it happened in Germany. Here you see that rotule which is connecting the glass to the chewed glass to the main bracket, and it's tested. And then first it's tested with one pane broken, saying that's sacrificial. It took the load, and then we broke another light to see if it can still take the load with two broken lights, and then you cannot stop. So you break a third light to see if it can still take. And at the end, we were at one light left, and we tested it for, of course, you go to Germany, then you want to break glass, yeah? So we tested it to failure, and this was the failure pattern. And we did it with multiple, actually each type of connections and each type of glass arrangement. This is the load testing of the glass. Again, one light is broken, saying that it's sacrificial, but it still needs to take the load, and it needs to keep it for 24 hours. And then we started, yeah, that's me, my colleague Ammar, and Michael at the background. So it was still very safe, even with two lights broken. And then we just broke all the lights and started increasing the weight to see when will it fail. And we just increased and increased and increased more, and it still didn't fail. The structural sealant is still keeping it in place, and the SGP interlayer. And currently it has 1.6 tons of it, and it's still working. And then we waited and increased until it broke. It's another type of test, the tear and wear. This is the actual mat that people will sit on, and it's multiple cycles to see how the foil behaves and how often it needs to be replaced. And here it's the bottom bracket, which takes up movement. So you see the size of it, Ammar sitting on it. Actually, it was an interesting test because the material which the contractor originally intended to put in did not work. So we had a finding here. It had to be replaced with another material. And that's another interesting test. These are the dead load brackets at the bottom of the slide, keeping up the load of it. And what was very exciting about it, that you see slightly the glass is tilted. Actually, you see these belts here. They had to fix the hydraulic jacks because they started to tilt up, and it was still moving. So then we had to have a bit of conversation of what shall we do, and if it's the actual connection failing or the machine is not capable to, if the test is designed incorrectly. So they ended up adding this extra beam just to keep everything in place. And then we tested increasing the load until something happened, and of course we increased even more until the whole thing got broke. And this is already on site. The chute arrived in one place, very nicely pegged. It was designed to come with this bracing, this steel structure, which was meant to help craning it up, elevating it to the top. And then it was removed, it was disassembled. But there was one more test that needed to be done before it happens, and that's a design load test on the whole chute. So in this position, it was jagged up, so it's not touching the packaging. And then transducers were installed, and sandbags started to arrive, and more sandbags, and they were kept there, and the movement was monitored, and everything was all right. So it's actually impossible that the slide would be this crowded ever, especially if they only allow one people to slide at a time. So believe me, it's very safe. And then this is the installation of it. As I said, it went up with this frame as one piece. First, it tilted it into the correct location, and then it started to move up. We did not meet the deadline of having the tower crane still on the building, but we had to think about glass replacement anyway. So it was basically a final rehearsal for the BMU equipment, the maintenance machine. It installed the glass chute, and they remained on the building, these mini cranes. Not that many. Basically, it's 2 7.5-ton crane, especially to elevate the glass chute and the other large pieces. And then the additional BMU there, where they are just monitoring the smooth movement of the slide up, is actually cleaning and maintaining the rest of the facade as well, and the slide itself. The BMU strategy was also designed by us, and at such a late stage, when everything was already under construction, it was quite challenging to find something that we could put somewhere to solve these issues. So it took about 2 hours to get the glass chute up. Here are the machines that I was talking about, the cranes, and then it arrived, and then it got connected to the main bracket. And this is a view on the slide down. It's not a final view, and you see that it's blocked with all kinds of scaffolding and people on the other side. I will not give you the final view. You will need to go and visit it and slide on it to see, but it is a scary look. After that following day, they could start fixing the platform glazing from the landing and the top and the bottom platforms. It's simply simple point-fixed glazing. However, for accuracy and for the actual tolerances of the steel structure, the bracket here was adjustable. And it's more glazing getting installed, and here you see the main bracket, the duplex steel. And oh, this is another video. So this is basically a view from the top of the slide. It's not moving very smooth. Sorry about that. So you can imagine what you see when you slide and when you arrive and catch your breath. This is a panoramic view with my mobile phone, so the slide is not curved, it's straight, but because of my movement, it looks like curved. I put it here in case the video doesn't work. And to summarize it up, I would like to mention the huge amount of people who contributed to this project. From Koltay Façades team, you can see the names. I hope that some of them are listening online or sitting here. And thank you, everyone from the team who contributed. Also, of course, without Ammar, this project would have never happened. And I haven't listed here the names, but it comes above 100. Linner Steel and Glass was the contractor who carried out the works. The glass came from CEDAC, Germany. Dow Corning and Curare were very helpful during the design stage and then providing the materials. In my next year's presentation, maybe I will talk about the different options we we went through with Dokoning and Curare. We were hoping to use SGP for helping the shear loads, and also we were hoping to use Dokoning's new product, the hot melt glue, which is actually similar to the clear spacer that they are exhibiting here. Would have been nice because it's fully transparent, but maybe on the next project. VHF is a small German, I actually don't know what size they are, but they sent a small team here. They are specialized in structural sealing. Evers and I carried out the steel work, and LSL was the German laboratory helping us with the tests. So this last photo here is my own photo, because some of you may know as a hobby I like cityscape photography. But this is the exact view from the platform at sunset. So hope you will enjoy it when it opens, and looking forward to meet you at the next conference, when I hopefully will be able to talk more technical about the slide design. But it was actually very nice once in a life as an architect to go through a design process and tell you about the realization and the effort of the team for realizing this project. Thank you very much, and if any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Agnes. Looks like a very fun project. I think we'll all look forward to giving that a blast and a try quite soon. Next up, we have Alastair Common, the technical director from Schuko Middle East. I think we'll jump straight into it. Alastair, to welcome you up on stage, please.
Thank you very much. So well, should have been good morning. We're running a little bit late, and good afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to be here in person. I think all of us are a little bit tired probably of all the webinars, etc. So doing this in face-to-face like this is a big pleasure for sure. Now, I'll jump straight into it. Now, cherry-picking the right facade system. Now, what do I mean by that? We have a big arsenal, as facade designers, we have a big arsenal of different types of systems. We have unitized systems, we have male-female unitized systems, we have male-female unitized, we've got stick systems, capped, structurally glazed, and semi-unitized, which is actually interesting, something that Lars touched on in the very first presentation, which you will see a bit more in detail as I go through this presentation. Now, there is no magical solution necessarily as to which option is the right one. Some projects are pretty much clear-cut, and it makes complete sense to do it as either unitized or stick or whatever that may be. But there are other projects where it is not so clear-cut. And I want to give a couple of examples in this presentation as to why it's not quite so clear-cut, and how we cherry-picked from different facade options to ultimately create the right option. So this is a project in Beirut. It's called Credit Lebanese Headquarters. And this is split up primarily into two facade types, the upper facade type FS2 and the lower part FS1. Now, FS1 is particularly different because behind FS1 is basically a void, whereas FS2 is essentially the curtain wall of the system. Now, FS2 wasn't particularly rocket science. We did this as a fairly typical male-female unitized system. One thing, however, you will notice is the grooves within these mullion connections here, because they wanted to have the insert top-hung windows, but they didn't want the classical insert top-hung windows where you see that additional frame. So we had to design this to specifically insert the window within the profiles themselves. So the face width of the mullions is always the same, whether it's fixed or with the top-hung window. But again, we didn't reinvent the wheel here. We took one of our window systems, but we just modified it to be accommodated within the system. The stack joint, fairly typical, but again, certainly the below phases of the unitized, it was inclining in quite a lot, so we had to make sure we designed that stack joint to always be able to drain the water. Now, whereas if we look more at FS1, this was more complex, and you can even see from the building here how it has this kind of undulating geometry on it, which was ultimately done with, well, this has been touched on before, with cold bending. Now, I don't want to go into the aspects of cold bending, but initially when we looked at this, we thought about doing it as a stick system. It made sense. There was a sub-steel structure here. Doing it as a stick system was somewhat logical. But there are many inherent problems of doing that with a stick system. Certain points here, there's a high risk, especially when you start to manipulate the panels as part of the cold bending, there's that risk of these joints opening up. There's also the risk of the toggle system here not being structurally sound when you have that constant load from the glass wanting to resist against the toggles. Also, there's not the same level of structural bonding here, so that in itself could also be a problem with the cold bending. Also, the bracketing detail here, whilst it's quite nice, we've concealed all the bolt fixings there with some nice cover caps, etc. But at the same time, it's not going to suffice for that level of cold bending. And same thing here. This T-cleat connection, when you start to do that cold bending, this will undoubtedly open. So a stick system in this regard, it quite evidently wasn't making sense. So we go back and we look at what we have in terms of our unitized systems, because certainly a structurally bonded unitized system is by far and away the best way to look at this as a unitized system, and with cold bending. So forget all the reading here, but particularly this part, where the back area of the female-female, and again, not necessarily the male-female, but the female-female, it's that these back chambers here in the unitized are dry areas. So considering that this facade we had to minimize as much as possible to incorporate it within the steel, so we looked at how can we modify a typical, let's say, female-female system into FS2. And we did it quite simply like this. And again, we made this nice and simple. We essentially only had two bespoke profiles on this, which is the mullion and the transom, which is the same profile because it's with a mitre joint, and then the clip-on cover cap to conceal the fixings. And this worked very well, kept it simple, and ultimately it was effective on the project. So you can see here on the right-hand side, this is a view from inside of the elevation. So you can see that whole co-bending effect which is happening within the facade, but you can also see how the unitized system was able to accommodate that. So again, we didn't reinvent anything, but it was about cherry picking and selecting that right facade system for the application that was required. Now, Katara towers, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. I'm sure you've seen it on many different videos, marketing. This is going to be a key feature in the upcoming World Cup in Doha. Now, this project itself is not, the vast majority of this project is not particularly complicated. We have a lot of typical male-female unitized panels on here, but what was complicated and what is complicated are these sword facades. And we say the sword facade because this is the emblem of Qatar. So these elements here. And there were some real key problems or let's say challenges with this facade which we had to overcome. Firstly, they had to be in a unitized facade. There was no access from the outside because as part of the final negotiations, our partner basically gave a cost saving to avoid the need for external access. So these aspects started to increase the challenge, let's say. And at the same time, there's also co-bending in there. So just to make things a little bit more exciting. So, okay, we had to think to ourselves, and the pretext from the customers, they wanted it to be, and obviously price is king, so we need something which is cheap and cheerful. So initially they wanted a male-female unitized system, which invariably is probably the most cost-effective type of unitized facade. However, in this type of geometry, a male-female system is simply not going to work. So we look back at the type of experience that we have and how we can cherry-pick different ideas from different projects. This is a project actually in Bulgaria called Vertigo Tower. And this was done with a semi-unitized system. And the benefit of this type of system is its simplicity, but ability to accommodate the different geometry. So you have this typical, this mullion profile with the nose, which is then installed onto the facade, and then the semi-unitized panels are fixed to that. The different geometry is then accommodated with the same profiles, but just manipulated by the bracketry. So you look at some of the pictures of the actual installation. So you can see the mullions are pre-installed. The panels are all 2D panels, so there is not the complexity of having to think about 3D panels, fabrication, design. And you can see it accommodates really well the different geometry. However, one aspect here, which is a problem, is the fact that you do need external access. So whilst this was helping and ticking boxes, at the same time, it still needed some addressing. So we go back to this system design here, and we thought, okay, how can we adopt part of this as the semi-unitized part of it, and at the same time be able to give a system which will allow this to function as a unitized system, which will avoid the need for access from the outside. So let's go back to Credit Lebanese. So we've already got experience with the type of female-female system like this. It can accommodate cold bending, so we know it functions. How can we accommodate these two systems into the one system? So we took the external part of this, and ultimately we came up with this. So this is the system design that ultimately was applied on the sword facade here. So we took the semi-unitized mullion concept, and then we took the unitized concept, and we basically joined them together. So we cherry-picked from different projects from our experience and how to join them together to create one solution for something which was ultimately looking very complicated. And we managed to also do this with a relatively low number of special profiles. All of these profiles are custom profiles. There's nothing off the shelf. But this entire facade, this entire sword facade, we were able to do it with only, I think it was about just over a dozen profiles. So in such a complex facade, being able to simplify it in this way was a huge benefit particularly to the customer. And if you look here at this was actually just over a year ago. I think this was one of my last business trips, beginning of 2020. And these were the first panels that were installed on the project. So here we actually have, and these are 3 separate unitized panels. You might look at this and think these are 2 panels with only one joint in this running apex, but actually they're not, they're 3 panels. So again, a huge benefit of this is that we were able to do this facade where all the panels were 2D, all the panels were flat, there was no 3D panels, there was no huge complexity for a vast number of dies to accommodate all the different stack joints, all the different inclinations of the facade. So we were able to simplify it significantly while still being able to accommodate the geometry. And if we fast forward to September here, you will see that evidently what we designed, what we created is working. And particularly you'll see this apex, which is a prominent feature of the facade, because there'll be lighting within that aspect there. So all of this geometry was created with a unitized system, or a semi-unitized system here, where we were able to amalgamate different ideas from our different experiences without necessarily reinventing the wheel, but understanding how we can pick from different systems and different experiences and make them work on something which is completely new. And this is those first lonely little panels were installed there. And then here you will see, this is from beginning of this year, how the project has developed significantly. I mean, we have to also give massive credit to our partner in this project, which was Technical Glass. I mean, their efforts here were exceptional. This would obviously not be possible without a strong partner. But what was particularly satisfying to see is that we created something completely different and completely new, and there's always that question mark, there's always that doubt, is this going to work, is this not going to work? But ultimately when you see images and videos like this, and you see that it is able to work and it is able to function, that this is then hugely satisfying. And I think it will only be literally probably a few months away where this is actually completed. And this you will see, particularly when the World Cup comes up in the next year, this will be one of the flagships in Doha. So thank you very much. I would like now to pass on to our new friends from Liebhardt, Mr. Cem, who's the managing partner and founder of Liebhardt, and he will just give you an introduction to Liebhardt and the type of collaborations that we're working on together. Thank you. This one next.
Alastair, thank you very much. My name is Cem. I'm the founder and CEO of Liebhardt. That's not a typing error. That is our business, motion and architecture. We create multipurpose spaces. I have a few minutes, so I'm just going to go quite rapidly through my presentation. Everything that we do makes moves. We start with retractable freestanding buildings. Now, this could be up to 60, 70 meters long and up as much as 20 meters wide. Retractable skylights. Retractable doors and windows, which we'll get into towards the end of my presentation. Lean-to structures, skylights, and of course, our simplest and our sort of stand-in is retractable balustrade and windbreaks. So in all these structures, the beauty of it is, first of all, is it can be retrofit. Almost 60% of our business is retrofit, which means that on existing areas, spaces, unused areas, we can finish with an additional space that can be used. So the return on investment is a very important thing. Our biggest projects are usually in restaurants, cafes, bars, rooftop bars. I think just in Chicago alone, of the 10 rooftop bars, 7 were done by Liebhardt. I want to get into one specific project to give you an idea. The top left is the way it was when we started about 10 months before what you see at the bottom right here. Completely unused roof, nothing. Just on the first floor was a restaurant, marginal. The client came to us with an idea of how they can use this rooftop. And what you see is the result of it. Now, the beauty of this is that, first of all, it was an existing building. Because the structures were very light, they didn't require any special structural requirements other than the attachment foundation that you see here on the left-hand side. And the beauty of it, of course, was that within minutes, with a press of a button, you can have an indoor and outdoor environment in the same area. Again, I need to reinforce the fact that return on investment was tremendous. The project was done in less than 9 months. The amortization period based on the client was 14 months, simply because the hamburgers they were selling on the first floor were about $7. The moment he moved up, the same hamburgers went up to $14. So I think the things. So our business is basically indoor comfort, outdoor freedom. I want to just go on to this. The second thing I want to touch on is shopping centers. The reason I'm touching it on this is that the shopping centers are in trouble all over the world. Many are closing, but the ones that are not closing are upgrading. I want to talk to you about the specific quote that we have from Henrica Partners in Vancouver, British Columbia. They're working on a massive project, and the project has no fixed skylights whatsoever. They're all opening. And we're working with them to provide 11 different skylights over 6,000 square meters that adjust the environment which they're in to the climate. The one on the left side is in design stage. The one on the right one is in Istanbul. We've done over 5 such projects, and we'll quickly go through into each one of them. The one on top is a project in Spain. Again, a small project. The one on the bottom right, where the whole shopping center was designed around indoor-outdoor climate. All underneath is tropical plants. It's on the Aegean Sea, so it's very appropriate. But 5,200 square meters, spans of approximately 10 meters by up to 25 meters in length, all individually operated or operated through a central climate system or operated with rain and wind sensors or sun to control the sun, how much heat is inside, depending upon which. It's a triangular situation in that. Now, I want to get into the pièce de résistance, and something that all of you should be very interested in because you're all from the facade industry. We've taken our experience in retractable structures in indoor-outdoor climate environments into vertical surfaces. And we brought in a brand new point of view of doors and windows. The classic doors and windows, as you know, are sliding or folding or similar. We said, well, why not have a door that can span up to 6 meters wide by 6 meters tall and retract up into the same space without having to project into the internal or to the external space. This is a theater in Istanbul. We've got maybe a couple hundred projects in the United States. We took the United States as our primary test location in the last 5 years. It's been extremely successful. Now we've got 7 different models which we sell around the world. Panoramic view. So need not be a door. The same thing happens in the thing. Again, this one is only 4.5 meters looking at the Bosphorus. But as you can see, the beauty of it, and the other advantage, of course, is that the bottom portion is also a balustrade. So you incorporate a balustrade with the window opening from 1% to 33 or up to 75% of the total area. And this is our joy, and it's something that we're developing with Schuko, is a facade model of our windows. We're saying that why have balconies? Why have small windows where you can have 4 up to 5 meter windows on your facades? And this is just a simple example. We have 2 applications in Istanbul. We have hundreds of applications in the United States, but mostly for commercial projects. So I know it's been very brief, but my job here is just to tease you a little bit and have you come in and look at us and talk to us, because our scope of our business over the last 25 years is so extensive that the 5 minutes that I have, it doesn't do it justice. So we're outside at the Schuko stand, plus you can contact us at Libart, but the biggest thing is that you just need to contact Schuko and they will guide you through the whole complete process. And one other thing is that we will be manufacturing in Dubai within the next 6 to 7 months. The factory is being built as we speak. The main office and factories in Istanbul. We manufacture in a very large facility in the United States and a very small facility in Australia. So I want to thank Alastair, thank you very much, and Schuko for giving us this opportunity. I hope I was able to whet your appetite, so do contact us. We're here in Dubai, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jem. Interesting to see a proposal there for what we could do as well with shopping centers in a post-COVID era to help sort of improve the experience and look at what we could do there to I suppose, pull people back into them rather than shopping purely online and behind a computer screen. Moving on from that, then, we have another presentation now, which will be around about 30 minutes before we break for lunch. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we'll be looking to pick that up in session 3 and 4. So, talking about sustainable and adaptable facade design for healthy environments, I'd like to invite on stage Frans van Vuure, the director from UN Studio.
Hi, good afternoon, guys and women. I hope I won't take too long. I know the lunch has been delayed a little bit, but I think I'm going to give you some interesting material to think about during the lunch and maybe later, of course. I want to talk about a healthy future, which we all got very much confronted with, of course, in the past year. I'm super happy to be here, finally traveling again and showing my face in Dubai and sharing some of our thoughts on architecture. UN Studio, that's the company that I work for. I'm director of that, and we have UN Sense as a daughter company. Our companies are looking at design for people, of course. That's what we're doing it for. The people in the sense of the clients, but especially the people that are going to utilize our built environment. We design with knowledge, and that means that we gather all of the knowledge that we culminate during the design process. We store that, we utilize that, sharing it in platforms, and we create data. And with that data, we can design better for the next time. And of course, we design for the environment, because that's what we're all part of. And the environment, in this case, it's a Dubai project, the island, means that we have to look at an integrated approach of landscaping, urbanism, utilization, programming, and curating a project. We are located in Amsterdam mainly. That's where I come from. That's our headquarters. But we have some satellites all over the world. And since very recent, we opened up Dubai as well for the Middle East markets. And we did that in a crisis period over here. But that's where we thrive on. We see the opportunities. When there is a downfall in the economy, clients look for new innovations, opportunities, and push the bar with us. And that's what we're all about, pushing that bar. UN Studio does worldwide projects, very large, as you can see over here in the Frankfurt 4 project on the left, and very small to create kind of the craftsmanship that we're also looking at. So sometimes it's really nice, like Agnes also told, to create a very small project that you can do in a very fast pace from start to finish and really look at the results quite quick. A massive project like 4 towers in Frankfurt 4, of course, takes at least 5-6 years. We do cultural icons. We made a couple of museums around the world, which one of them is the Mercedes-Benz Museum in Stuttgart. And we also look, of course, at infrastructure. That's where we're coming from. We started with a bridge in the 90s. We did highways, we did aviation, we did train stations, and we love to think about mobility. And one of the mobility items for the future is going to be also the cable cars. This is a cable car station on the border of China and Russia, where we connect the two countries and make sure that new urban environment comes to existence over there. We do projects that are completely inclusive. This is a small project in the Netherlands on the university terrain of Delft in the Netherlands, where we actually built an energy positive hub. So we make sure that with geothermal sourcing, electricity from solar power and windmills, we can create an all-inclusive approach to how human beings behave and what is their footprint on our environment. And we take it a step further. We also think about circularity, of course, making sure that what we offer clients, they can circulate around the market, penetrate in the urban system, and make sure that it's not only architecture, but it's also landscape, it's urban revival, and it's a huge flat versatility. And versatility, we think, is the answer of what we're looking at currently with the COVID crisis. We have to make sure built environment is more adaptable towards the future. And of course, part of that is also utilizing materials and recyclables where we can find them. Looking at the locality, this is a project that we did for Abu Dhabi, a competition that is still pending. It's a bit secret, so if you want to take a picture, I'm fine, but don't use it. It's something that we're very interested in, to root the project in the locality, see what's available, see how we can push what's available for modern use. And with that, we can create the most sustainable, healthiest building in the region. A base for which every client is, of course, open, but it becomes more and more apparent that there is a necessity to make architecture feel supported throughout the world and creating kind of a new environment for the broadest sense. So we designed with the future in mind. That's what we always do. And we always ask ourselves, what is the next step? Where are we going to? And that's never the same. We did a design for Tour Bioclimatique in Paris in 2010, where we utilized our parametric design to create an envelope that is fully based on the orientation. Solar power was taken into consideration to build these units. In 2019, we did a retrofit for a Korean project where we utilized the same kind of technique, but by the fact that this solar power is so much more efficient, the client actually believed in it and we did the full project with it. So this is an existing tower with a new skin where solar power is part of the energy household for the client in Korea. And looking at solar power, we see that there is, of course, opportunities to come up with new products. And this is a very simple idea where we as an architect, of course, think about the aesthetics of solar power. Solar panels, they are a sore in the eye sometimes, most often, and we felt that we could do something different with it. We felt that creating objects with solar panels inside built environment should be more adaptable to where they are. So we made sure that we created kind of a patternization where there's still the efficiency and the smartness, but where we can adapt to where we're going to utilize it, in which environment. One of the projects that I wanted to show you is also an older one, but it's very interesting for these times. This is the headquarters of Eni. Eni is an Italian oil company that has big and rich oil fields in Libya. They wanted a new headquarters. And this is already 9, 10 years ago. What we said, okay, why don't we invent an office for you that is a pure machine, that is as efficient as we can get it. So the unit over here is 20,000 square meter NFA. That's what they would need to create their office environments in the utilization of it. And by stacking 2 cylinders over each other and create a draft through the cylinders, incline the facades, we made sure that the energy apparent from outside became as efficient as we could get it. So less solar gain, good daylight, but exceptional ventilation. And by utilizing that and creating this optimum built environment, we could make the base for people to work in, because that's what was the goal of it, to make sure that everybody understood what is actually our function and how do we work and what is our carbon footprint in the world, working for an oil company. And by connecting that with technology, which we are very keen on to develop as integrated in architecture and urbanism, not so much for the sake of technology itself, we can actually make sure that people are connected to their environment. They know what they would need to heat up, to cool down, what they would eat, how good is it for your health, etc. There's a lot of potential over here, and somebody before me just gave an example of the car. Of course, the cars are tailor-made. Buildings are not yet tailor-made, but we're going towards more tailor-made, more individual interaction between us and built environment. And you can see it over here, where we can actually see the energy consumption of different departments within that headquarters of Eni. So it's time for us to try to use technology and to create a better built environment. And we have to start small to make sure that we can understand where we're heading for. This is a project that we did on the Salone di Mobile in Milano, where we wanted to experiment with stress levels of people, where we wanted to see whether we can reduce these stress levels, where we can actually adapt to what is stress-inducing, all the makeup of our bodies, the science behind it, and can prove that with built environment we can let people focus better, let people feel better, and actually with that create a better healthy environment. So what we did, we put up this whole process with neuroscientists where we actually invited people to become part of a database, select a database, not public of course, go into a pavilion, measure their household, so their heartbeat, their blood levels, their cortisone, and make sure with that we could measure whether different kind of perceptions would make a difference for people how to feel. So this is the desk where you would be invited, and this is the pavilion, which looks really nice, very good, very relaxed, but we did measure according to the makeup of the individual. And that's really interesting because with such a pavilion, with such environment, we can really make a difference in how people interact with the floor where they work, or their living environment, or even public environment, where you can build cities which have aspects that have a direct effect on human health. So an inclusive approach with our individual health and well-being central. That's the target, that's the secret that we're all trying to figure out. And that target is big, of course. We all know from medical science, which we're all aware of now in the COVID situation, that a lot of what we endure has an effect on that. One of the things, of course, is activity, getting people off their seat, not sitting like you sit right now, but just walking around, taking the stair. Very difficult in the Middle East. People don't want to take stairs over here. But flow and hygiene and temperature and light and air quality all have a strong effect on how we get older and how we interact with our environment. And utilizing these aspects and creating a link to the local culture and the perception of that culture, we call sensorial design in our words. So with that sensorial design, we can actually adapt the buildings to the people that are going to use it. And that's what I wanted to show you a couple of examples of. We start with an experiment. Let's say we were invited for the sustainability pavilion on the expo that in the end Grimshaw won with solar power. And we wanted to do something different. We wanted to create a water-producing pavilion because that's possible. From the humidity in the air, we can, with a certain technique, create 16,000 liters of water per day in the right season. And we can only do that by carefully designing an adaptive facade that actually collects the moisture from the air with large surfaces, bring them to the facade glazing. Behind the facade, there's a cooling system that makes sure that the water is actually being condensated towards liquid and captured for reuse. And that's what we did with this pavilion. So the whole pavilion is designed in size, inclination of facades, the service of solar power to create the electricity for these cooling systems on utilizing that water and create a different environment than we're used to over here. And when I arrived in Dubai and I saw that the ruler presented this 2040 kind of vision with these luscious landscapes, that's going to be very challenging, but I think we can help him quite well with trying to utilize this kind of technique and create that greenery around it. So the design approach, being there from the first minute, creating a concept, looking at the availability of technique, working with the best specialists, can create this challenging kind of project with weather, storms inside the pavilion. It would have been great in the Expo 2020. Let's see if we can do it a little bit later. Another project that we designed for this region, which I took with me, is an Abu Dhabi project for Imkan, developer. It's a beach club, but it was a bit of an odd beach club because we had to put residential apartments over here. Quite a significant volume of that. And what we said, okay, if we have apartments on the beach, which is of course very bleak and very hot, we have to think of what is the quality of living over there. We can have a beautiful beach club, but you also want to live in a right environment. And what we did, we created another system. The building itself, it's cooling itself. It's making sure that it's protected from the heat too much, and we utilize the wind that is coming off the shore into the building and make sure that they can have an effect on the living environment. So the design approach was a volume allocation, the resolution of the landscape, so what are we working in, how to create a public and private realm, and of course articulated topography. And then we had a very interesting approach where we utilized these ceramic faces that we can find in this region, and we sculpt courtyards in there, and with that integrate a cooling effect in the building. And this is the sustainability approach, where we didn't only utilize the wind to create this cool courtyard, we also made sure we can utilize the solar power coming into that courtyard by catching it over there, and by creating a connection between the salt and brack water that we could utilize here by taking it from the air, we could do urban farming also, right underneath the surface. So that means that it becomes a self-sustained environment. That was the big proposal. And this is what it's going to look like. And with that, we create a different kind of facade with on the outside the stamped earth, which is more or less from the region. Of course, there's a different technique, but we think it's got a very big appeal over here. And on the inside, we have this wonderful, soft, ventilated and shaded courtyard where everybody lives and is part of that performative element. The same kind of mechanism, you could say, we utilized for another competition that we won, a project that is going up in the coming years in Australia, in Melbourne, where we proposed a green spine. And the green spine was proposed in contrary to the question of the client that wanted to have a big volume standing in the south part of Melbourne, below the river. We broke that big volume down, and we created actually 2 volumes, the 2 towers that you see over here. And by creating this courtyard almost swirling up into the sky, we have kind of an effect that we also propose for the Abu Dhabi project, in which there is this natural cooling effect created with that screen of green that makes kind of the character and the quality of living over there very apparent. And immediately we see the connection of this project with high-rise anchored in the cityscape, because that's of course what we feel is high-rise all about. It's not about the towers, it's about how it interacts with the city. Programming, we made sure that everything around in the neighborhood is answered to, and the programming of the towers actually contributes to the neighborhood. And by utilizing a very selective program network together with the client, things that will work, where you can invite people to, like the future gardens on the roof, like the garden on a 40-meter high podium, and like retail and F&B, of course, when you come down from the urban environment. We made sure that it's not only a sustainable project in itself by the energy household, but also social sustainable, so always active, dynamic, and contributing to the people that will live in it. And this is where the project is located. We see that boulevard of green from north to south over here, and we captured that and took it up into the air and created this wall of gardens that is like this swirling courtyard going up over there. And by utilizing that green and passive cooling and of course light, we can create this screen around the courtyard that makes sure that it's not only a wonderful environment to live in, but also from acoustic, from warmth, from heat, and from air quality, it becomes a better performance. And that's always what we as architects should look for, of course. A better performance for the people that are living in these projects. A last one that I wanted to show you, it's a project in Russia, in St. Petersburg. It's a really nice project. We utilized some facade engineers from this region for that, which sounds a bit strange, but somehow it works. It's a winter garden project, we call it. It's a headquarters for an IT company, and also in Russia, tech companies. This is like a tech company, of course, in Silicon Valley. They struggle for talent. They need people that are the brightest, the most genius ones that can create the software with them to support their business that is international, also in Russia. So the building would be their business card. Very important to understand where the client is coming from and what they want to achieve. And the building would be inviting, but still private, and there would be a very different world during the hours of production and during the hours of relaxation. And IT companies, the nerds, as we call them, of course, they have a certain set of rules working with each other. So you really have to push them to try to get into community over here. So everything revolves in this concept around that community. And as you can see, it's a project with a very simple approach, a stepped concept where we have a big atrium going up. On the back, you see buildings that were there already because we got an existing project from them, and we had to transform it into a new campus. And here you can see that campus with on top that slab with the big atrium going up, the 2 towers that were there already, the waterfront on the south, which locks into the river Neva, the big river of St. Petersburg, And then in between, we created another courtyard that would be external, so that would be used for seasonal events, let's say. And we did this with the notion of trying to make an as tailor-made environment as possible. And that means also that you have to answer to what is the quality that the people that come work over there, or the client wants to offer these people. What is it exactly that they're looking for, which is this biophilia, this kind of virtual physical environment, and with that creating a new heart for the building. And this is how we thought of the concept. Very simple again, a couple of slides or pictures of how we built up those terraces, made sure that it gets a direction, make sure that it's opened up, and creating this new heart where everybody revolves around. And with that new heart, this vertical atrium, or the winter garden as we called it, we can actually make sure that the working dynamics are as optimum as possible, because we can create the workspaces, but of course it's all about the elements that are binding that are connecting these different communities, these divisions within the company, and bring back that community and communication that makes that they go for the next mile and come up with different ideas. Again, the sustainability pavilion, where this winter garden is an integral part of the whole energy household of the building. In Russia, they are not looking for high sustainable measures because their gas is still so cheap. It's a bit the same like over here in oil countries. It's very hard to give them or to push them in another direction. But as soon as we mentioned their users, their talent, the work floor, it became apparent to them that they had to invest in it and make sure that the circle of energy that they're utilizing connected to the environment that they shape should be as 100% crystal clear, high quality as we can get it. So local and global circularity was part of that, as I already showed you before. And that means that for one of the facades, the closed facade, we are utilizing ceramics, and the ceramics has volume, and that volume makes sure that it can deal with the very hot and very cold temperatures in St. Pete, because don't forget, in the summer it might be as warm over there as it is over here in the winter, by the way. The ceramics, it would be wonderful if it can take up, of course, CO2 from the air to actually create a facade that is passively active in creating a less carbon footprint. For the atrium, we actually proposed a very simple approach. We created a zigzag facade, and that zigzag had the big advantage that it would be more stable from structural point of view, but it also created different views and different reflections from inside, outside, as well as from the other side out. We utilized part Siberian larix as local material that would create also the atmosphere in that big atrium. And for the skin, we took a look with our facade engineers on what would be the optimum way of approaching it. Would it be single skin, double skin, and we in the end chose for a double skin with a cavity even behind it. Because we have such enormous differences in temperature from winter to summer that we have to be able to adapt to that. And what we did a lot of studies in the glare and the heat gain and the daylight penetration into this atrium to create the best environment for the users to utilize this big atrium and to feel like they would always have to come back over there. So this is how detailed, as an architect, we have to go into our buildings to make sure that we can say that we did everything to create this better, more healthy quality for a client and the users. And this is the inside. This is how we get into the headquarters. So you can see how important also for the client this planting has become. This is something of a niche in our industry. We're looking for landscape guys that can do this indoor planting. It's such a specific thing and it's very hard to get, and we worked with the best over here, so we hope the results will be as optimum as we can get it. So this is the environment, and this is for the future and the business card of JetBrains. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frans. Great. Thank you very much for that discussion. We're going to take a break now for lunch. So we'll be coming back in at around about 2:05. So we've got about 40 minutes or so, and then we'll get back on with session 3. Great. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And lunch. Lunch is being served, as I mentioned in the morning. Lunch is being served on level 4. You can step out, take the long escalators. You'll go straight up to level 4, or you can take the lift and go to level 4. So it's on level 4 at the ballroom. Thank you.
Our intelligence and our desire to create are what separates us from other creatures that we share this planet with. We as humans have always wanted to create something. Something for the next generations to see. Something that reflects ourselves, our humanity, our times. It may be a painting, a poem, a statue, or a magnificent new building. And for that building to sustain the times, high-quality construction materials are essential. Polybit offers you the high-quality materials and technologies you search for, adhering to the highest standards with more than 25 years of technical expertise in the GCC region, combined with Henkel's vision to support environmental and social progress for more than 140 years now. Together with you as developers, consultants, contractors, applicators, architects, engineers, and interior designers, we've been innovating and improving our construction adhesives and waterproofing solutions for the last 25 years. With our local manufacturing facilities and competence centers, our systems have been specially developed for the weathering challenges of this region, which has helped us to become the most trusted solution provider in our field. The main proof point of the reliability of our solutions are your projects, to which Polybit had the honor to contribute, well protected and standing out there stronger than ever. We at Polybit are proud to be your partner and fully dedicated to continue to create a better future together. Jointly, we can fulfill our evolutionary drive to leave our signature on this world.
Hello and welcome to Schüco. I'm glad you could join us today. Over the past few months, we've taken the opportunity to challenge ourselves and to break new ground. For instance, we thought about how we can present our products. Today you will see this for yourselves in an entirely new format, Innovation Now. We aren't just investing our energy in developing our products and services. We're equally ambitious when it comes to the key areas of sustainability and digitalization. By 2040, we aim to be entirely carbon neutral. And we are and remain the pioneer for digital solutions in the construction industry. Plus, and you may have seen or heard this already, we are also working on ways to meet you in person, but in a very special way. It's hard to explain how much I'm looking forward to meeting you here at the Schüco campus in Bielefeld at the end of the year, in our new main building, Schüco 1. And in our new welcome forum with almost 5,000 square meters of exhibition space for all products and machines, or simply for a private chat in our cafe. But of course, we know your time is limited and you won't always be able to visit us in Bielefeld or in one of our international showrooms. With our new online platform, Innovation Now, you can access products, tools, events, training sessions when and where it suits you best. We are here for you, on site and digitally, today, tomorrow and the day after. You can count on us. Get ready for 3 exciting topics that will be our focus in 2021 on Innovation Now: healthy building, smart building and secure building. My colleagues, Henrik Palsmeier and Dr. Stefan Dewald, will fill you in on the details. And enjoy!
For us, healthy building means constructing buildings that use as little energy as possible. Buildings that are durable and ideally made of components that can be recycled. But healthy building also means developing products for buildings that are good for our health, for all of us. Let's have a closer look at 3 features. How do we protect ourselves from, for example, infections, air pollution, noise and moisture? How do we regulate environmental factors such as sunlight and heat? What do we do for your comfort and well-being, and for prevention? So let's start with a subject that is really very important to Schüco: ventilation. By now, we've all learned that whenever a number of people get together in one room, the maxim must be ventilate, ventilate, ventilate. But especially in winter when it's cold, it can get quite uncomfortable. We've developed products that solve this problem. At the office, in classrooms, and in daycare centers. Get ready for our retrofittable, smart and integrated ventilation units for windows and facades. They even signal automatically when it's time to air the room. Of course, opening the window is the oldest way of ventilating, and that's why we've completely redesigned the window for you. Introducing our brand new acoustic window. This is silent when tilted open. Any noise stays outside. And speaking of noise, sing happy birthday twice as you wash your hands. We're probably all familiar with that rule by now. But wouldn't it be nice just to touch things once again without worrying? That's why we've added Smart Active, our antimicrobial surface finish, to even more products for you. It will soon be available for even more handles as well as for aluminum profile surfaces. Smart Active stops germs from reproducing and kills 99.9% within 24 hours. Quite naturally, the sun affects our well-being too. We all love the sun. It gives us heat and light and is the largest source of energy in the world. And it's free. However, it can also have a negative impact on us when it's too bright or overheats our rooms. Sun shading and glare protection can be an energy-efficient and sustainable way to prevent this, but it often looks just as bulky as it sounds. Until now. Our integrated solutions fit seamlessly in the building envelope. They're stable in windy conditions and provide an excellent view to the outside. And as if that wasn't enough, there's Sage Glass, our dynamic tintable glass. This really is the ultimate integration if you want to combine a pleasant indoor climate with clear views. Okay, what else affects our well-being? Smooth transitions, from the front door to the living room, all the way to the terrace. We've developed the genuine cross-system zero-level threshold. Inside and outside merge entirely, without compromise, not even in terms of burglar resistance or thermal insulation. And the best thing about it is, our zero-level threshold is for entrance doors as well as terrace or sliding doors. You'll only find this solution at Schuko. Zero-level threshold, zero compromise. Can you guess what links this leaf to this city? For us, they belong together. This is our vision for buildings that not only improve the cityscape, but most of all, the air. Thanks to our integrated green facades. Here at Schuko, healthy building doesn't stop at components or whole buildings, but extends to neighborhoods and even cities. Green facades make the buildings look more appealing. They can regulate the temperature. They can improve air quality in a sustainable way, which means maximum well-being, not just inside buildings for the few, but with buildings for everyone. Smart is widely associated with always connected, with your mobile phone, your laptop, through the car, or your smart home. Here at Schuko, smart means a lot more than that. For us, smart building means we simplify and speed up complex processes, with products that can do more and are also easier to manufacture and install. We network and automate buildings, and we collaborate with the best, for example, with Gira. This is how we reduce your effort and at the same time increase your design scope. Here's what it looks like in detail. For us, smart building also means unitized building, with digital tools that are convenient to use during planning and construction. By using prefabricated parts, we solve the frequent problem of too little space on inner-city building sites. And here we combine the highest quality with short construction times, which doesn't mean, though, that every building has to look the same. Or would you have thought that the buildings behind me are all based on the same system? Irregular unit grids, concealed opening units, integrated sliding doors, and even balconies. Our unitized facades allow maximum individuality. You can build in any way you choose and within a system, which is what makes it special. We also asked ourselves, how can we efficiently plan and easily execute 3D freeform facades and roof constructions without steel or welding at all? Our new modular solution, Schuko Grid 2 Shell, makes it possible. This system-based plug-and-play solution can be formed individually with all the advantages of a system, such as dimensioning, test certificates, and standard system articles. And of course, it can also be combined with other Schuko products. We make your freely formed ideas a reality. Sometimes we also make things that simply look good, but there's always more to them than meets the eye. Façade, our textile facade, combines many individual design options for the outside, with glare protection for the interior of the building. The following features of Façade are really impressive. The three-dimensional design, the individually printable fabrics, the color variety by day and by night, and the various transparency levels. Whether it's old or new, give your building an individual look with Façade. Some buildings have to be particularly flexible. For example, restaurants or an ice cream parlor, but also family homes or apartment buildings. With our new large-scale folding sliding doors, profiles are really slim. We open up facades really wide. Openings are really large, and the views to the outside are really good. Our new folding sliding platform allows the building envelope to move freely. What makes a perfect panorama sliding door? In our view, it's when you don't even notice it, whether it's open or closed. This is our new panorama sliding door. Even the larger sizes can be moved easily. Its minimal outer frame disappears entirely when closed. It's also automatic, making it even more convenient. And the zero-level threshold seamlessly connects the living and outdoor space. We've not only optimized the design and comfort for you, but the fabrication and installation as well. These have become intriguingly simple. And I'll let you in on a secret. There's a lot more to come next year. It's what we call 100% panorama. There was a time when easy movement couldn't go hand in hand with weather-tight ceiling. Those days are gone. Thanks to our new collaboration with Airlux, we now offer you sealing technology that can do both, flexibility and a tight seal. Whether wind, strong rain, or building movement, the patented air-assisted Airlux sealing technology easily withstands extreme conditions. At the same time, it makes sliding doors ultra-smooth to open and close. Schuko plus Airlux equals sealing at its best. A window is a window is a window. Not true at Schuko. Windows are just as individual as any building project, which is why we are continuously developing our window platform. At Schuko, we set industry standards with our new products and features. Passive house certification in the system standard. Good for the environment, good for the bottom line. 20% faster processing. Good for your clients, good for you. And here's the best bit. Burglar resistant at all times, even when tilted open. Good for your security, good for your peace of mind. You don't believe me? Let me show you. We've taken our AWS window platform to a whole new level. You often hear, the door is the face of a building. That is indeed true. Although our door platform, AD Up, is a lot more than that. At Schuko, we've managed to combine the most important feature of an aluminum door: absolute stability with maximum thermal insulation. It's also smart, since we've integrated smart home components. It's secure with burglar resistance up to RC3, which is not visible, but you can feel it. And it's definitely sustainable, cradle-to-cradle silver certified. Schuko AD Up is highly flexible and highly durable in every situation, in private as well as high-traffic public areas. Speaking of high traffic, do you know how many times a window, sliding door, or door is used before it requires maintenance? Well, you don't need to know. Our new IOF sensor will do the counting for you. We integrate intelligence into the tiniest component and into building operations. Just a few centimeters long, the chip counts closing cycles and signals the need for maintenance. All relevant information for facility managers and service technicians is stored on it and can be easily retrieved. IOF, small and smart for new and existing buildings. We all want to feel safe and protect what is dear and valuable to us. At Schuko, secure building is not just about burglar resistance. It's also about protection against fire, weather, and in extreme cases, gunfire and explosions. We develop secure, tailor-made solutions for residential and commercial premises, which can go well beyond legal requirements if this is what you're looking for. Obviously, you never want this to happen, but we do have solutions for this too. We develop fire protection for buildings across our entire product range. We do this to prevent the fire from spreading uncontrollably and to provide escape routes in order to protect lives and valuables. Let's take a closer look at our products and solutions. With its fully integrated protective units, our certified mullion transom facade helps delay the spread of flames between building floors and keeps escape routes open. This gives firefighters valuable time and protection to rescue, extinguish, and recover. Equally impressive is the Schuko FireStop platform. Our fire and smoke protection system prevents the spread of fire and smoke inside buildings. This means we can protect lives and valuables. With our new fire protection platform, simplicity becomes the new standard. Once installed, the doors can be easily updated without any loss of certification validity. They're simple to assemble. The platform is flexible and can be used for fire resistance classes from 30 minutes up to 90 minutes. And we have simply integrated the protective functions so that you can't see them. Who would have thought that this door could offer the highest level of fire and smoke protection? Schuko Fire Stop. Simply secure. But sometimes secure is just not enough, which is why we have added high security windows, doors, and facades by Seltzer to our portfolio. These are break-in and break-out resistant. They are bullet resistant and even blast resistant. All at the same time, not one or the other. Whether it's for your own home, the VIP villa, public buildings, hotels, industrial facilities, or even an embassy, Seltzer offers tested and certified high-security solutions for any project and design. Schuko and Seltzer, because increasing security means high security. Healthy, smart, secure. The demands on buildings are many and varied. Our digital products and services make it easy for you. We look at the entire value chain and point you towards specific optimization potential through standardization, automation, and digitalization. Just imagine you could find and compare all the necessary component information for your plan in the Schuko digital product catalog and incorporate it directly into your plan with just a few clicks. Just imagine you could conveniently and reliably configure everything down to the last detail. You could increase your productivity while also taking the pressure off your employees. Using robots makes it possible. You could track construction progress on a building site in real time from your office. And with the help of